Good morning, everyone. 8:31, we might as well get the meeting on the way here. Agenda. Any additions to the agenda? Councillor Woodstock?
I would like to add council and committee, under council and committee reports, report on Ag Service Board Convention.
Anything else? Councillor Hopkins?
I move to approve the agenda for Tuesday, January 27th with the addition.
Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Regular council meeting minutes, any omissions or corrections? Or errors?
I'll move that council approves the adoption of the minutes of January the 13th, 2026 regular meeting of council as presented.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Carried. Okay. Appointments are at 1 o'clock. Corporate services, I guess 4.1 the budget. Okay, any discussion on this prior to getting going? Councillor Olson?
So this is just a proposed budget again for 2026? So what's different from the proposed budget that we had in November or December?
Through the chair, the budget that was approved in December was an interim budget, so it was just for the period between January and April. This is now the proposed 2026 budget that would actually cover the full 2026 year.
Okay, like I said before, I don't want anybody to take anything personally when we start asking questions here, but prior to this, at the last interim budget, we discussed that we're going to be going into line item budgeting. So I hope this isn't going down that same road where this budget is proposed, and then at the very last minute, then we have to discuss whether whether it's approved or not. There's one of the reasons that I'm saying this is the only thing that we have left right now where we can control anything that's happening. We don't have a strategic plan available to us right now. We don't have a governance model in front of us right now. So this is the only thing that we can control. So we want to make sure that it's done properly, and there's some stuff that we have to set. We as council will set the budget. The way I see it, and I'm harping on this and harping on this, you heard it before, we set the budget, council. The way this is proposed, the administration and staff have set this budget. That being said, any questions, any other discussion on that? I know, I'm just looking here. Yep, CEO Cochran.
Yeah, through the reef of council, we're not here to tell council what to do. We're here to propose a budget based on what it costs to do our operations and our current service levels that we provide to the public. This is a document for your debate. You're welcome. This is for you to dig into. Today is an education on what's in the budget. We have plenty of more meetings to come to where you'll be able to bring all of your questions, your concerns. This isn't one and done today. This is an introduction to what it costs to do our current business the way we do it. And this is up to council to debate, decide, and direct as we move forward. We're not directing council. We're proposing based on what it takes to do our business.
That's correct. That being said, thank you. That being said, I do believe that when we go into these next, we should be setting different meetings, separate meetings. So we're not discussing budgets in front of in council. These budgets should be separate meetings. In fact, the reason for it is because if we do some cuts, we don't need people in there that get disappointed or what's the word I'm looking for? I'm pretty sure everybody understands where I'm coming from. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, and just to clarify, when does this budget have to be approved? What is the date?
Through the chair, so the interim budget applies through to April 30th. We do need to have a full budget adopted in order to pass the tax rate bylaw, which also needs to happen in April as well, in order to facilitate distributing tax notices and in accordance with our current bylaws and policies.
So that being said, so at the end of April? It has to be completed by the end of April.
That is correct.
CAO Cochran? Councillor Woodstock?
So the province will provide us assessment numbers in first part of March? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cochran? Or, wait a minute, CAO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the Reeftaled of Council, if there's sensitive items that you want to discuss in the budget, we would go into camera. So this is an open budget for presentation both to council and to the public based on what we're proposing to council. If there's items you want to discuss that you feel are sensitive, we go into camera and you come out with a motion if you have one.
Is there any particular reason we have to go into camera? Why can't we have a separate budget meeting? Councillor Cunningham?
From conversations, I think it was last term, there was discussion about that. I know some municipalities will take like 2 days and strictly have them budget, but that's nothing, that we confirmed last term. So, I think it's something if this council wants to pursue, we could certainly look at it, because I know we have had days where we have lots of other stuff on the agenda and it does kind of cloud the day. So, having 2 days specifically for budget is something that this council could look at. And administration.
I do believe once you thank you. I do believe once you're getting into line budgeting and stuff like that, what we're looking for, there is going to be some sensitive issues, because once we do some talking and stuff like that, it is going to affect some people. And that's, to me, I don't think that should be done in council, and we should be going into closed session all the time. We're getting taken to task on going into closed session by the public as it is now. So, if we can set 2 days aside or whatever we need for the budget, I think that's the way to go. Councillor Hoppins.
Thank you, Reeve. For myself, I was actually a little disappointed that I didn't get to see actual what was spent last year in each department. For me, that helps me make an informed decision as to if that number is in the right location. It helps us improve financial control, helps us make informed decisions, and going forward, I would like to see actuals so I know where we're at. And that helps me also. I feel there's some departments that might need an increase and there's some that might need a decrease. So I'd like to see actuals. That helps me follow through to compare the actual and the budget proposal.
Any other discussion? CEO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the chair, or through the Reeftaled of Council, we will have our fourth quarter variance report. We just don't have that completed yet. We're still doing year end. So fourth quarter variance report will be out shortly for council to see, which will include all the actuals. We don't actually have the ability to pull our numbers, we're still finalizing year end for last year. That will be part of the budget process. This, like I said, is the staged process. This isn't one and done today. You're not spending 4 hours and approving a budget. You're getting an introduction at a very deep level as to what is in the budget. And we've put as much detail in there as possible for you to make informed decisions as you move forward. Again, as Ms. Vonberg said, we won't be approving a budget. You won't be approving a budget until the end of April.
Any other concerns or questions? Ready to go?
Sure.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. So today is the next step of the 2026 budget process. Today's presentation outlines the 2026 proposed operating budget, which reflects day-to-day revenues and expenditures required to deliver municipal services. The proposed operating budget has been prepared by administration based on council's previously approved priorities, existing service levels, known cost pressures, and is intended to provide council with a complete starting point for review, discussion, and direction. Before moving into the presentation, I would like to thank the staff who contributed to both this presentation and the appendices included with today's report. The budget process truly is an organizational-wide effort. This presentation is organized into 6 main sections, moving from broad context toward the detailed components of the 2026 proposed operating budget. The first is an introduction, which provides context for the 2026 budget, including the schedule, guiding principles, and the process used to develop the budget. Budget Trends and Environment summarizes the external and internal factors influencing the 2026 budget. These trends have been presented to council previously during the budget cycle and are consolidated here to provide context for the proposed operating budget. Key considerations include inflation, service demand, demographic changes, and financial pressures affecting the county's operations. Third quarter budget to actual results are also highlighted, as they indicate the degree of flexibility in the current operating environment. Together, these factors form the backdrop for the assumptions and decisions reflected in the proposed budget. Then we have the proposed operating budget. This is a summary of the proposed operating budget, outlining proposed revenues, expenses, and notable changes for 2026. The overview included in this presentation is supported by detailed schedules provided in the appendices, including summaries by function and department, as well as more detailed schedules by sub-function, both for the budget as a whole and for each department. The intent is to provide a clear picture of the day-to-day operating plan for 2026. Then we have the 3-year operating forecast. This is a section which provides a forward-looking view of anticipated financial trends over the next 3 years. Then there's a budget overview. So this section consolidates the complete financial picture presented to council for 2026. It summarizes the operating budget, pre-approved projects, and proposed projects, their funding sources, and outlines the impact on reserve balances. Then there's the next steps section. This section outlines the remaining steps in the budget process. It covers the collection of council questions and information requests, the provision of responses and clarifications, deliberations on balancing options, and a path to formal adoption. It also identifies specific items highlighted for council discussion and notes where motions or policy updates may be required. The timeline is designed to ensure all informational needs are met before the budget is finalized. We'll move on to the introduction. So this first slide outlines the major steps and milestones of the 2026 budget process. The schedule is designed to ensure council has the information and time needed for thorough review and decision-making. This one's been adjusted a little bit as we delayed the operating budget in order to facilitate additional information as requested by council. The first step was approval of budget guidelines back in June of 2025. The 2026 budget process began with that. Those guidelines set the framework for developing the budget process and allowed administration to begin developing the budget in July. Then there were pre-approval of projects. This year, certain projects were presented to council for pre-approval due to the delayed budget cycle resulting from council elections and orientation. Council's pre-approval of these projects helps ensure that critical infrastructure work, grant applications, and contractor scheduling proceeded on time, even with a later budget adoption. The selection process for pre-approved projects focused on time sensitivity, funding sources, alignment with the capital plan, and operational importance. Those pre-approval projects and their statuses were also reviewed by council on December 9th. Then we had budget orientation on November 12th. Council received a budget orientation session, which was an opportunity for council to receive an overview of financial planning and ask questions before detailed 2026 budget-specific presentations and subsequent deliberations. Then we had setting the stage and proposed projects on November 25th. This presented the context for the 2026 budget and outlined proposed projects being included. Then we had the third quarter variance report on December 2nd, which was presented and highlights how actual results compare with the 2025 budget, helping council understand trends and make informed decisions throughout the 2026 budget process. Then we had interim budget and proposed operating budget on December 9th. This included approval of an interim operating budget, which was based onto the 2025 budget, and presented carry-forward projects to be continued into 2026. Now today, we've got the proposed operating budget. This presentation provides an overview of the proposed operating budget and key drivers of changes between the 2025 and the 2026 budget. The appendices attached to the report provide more detail on the proposed budget, broken down by functional area and by department. Administration is proposing on February 10th a proposed approval of projects that were presented on November 25th. This would facilitate the initiation of these projects and ensure they can proceed as planned in 2026. We also look at responses to questions and council deliberations in February. So the shift after today focuses on addressing council's questions and supporting deliberations. Throughout each of these presentations, council can ask questions. They're either addressed as asked or documented for future response. Questions can also be directed to the CAO outside of council meetings. During deliberations, responses to questions collected during the process will be addressed. This stage is designed to ensure that every question and concern is fully addressed before the budget is brought to a balanced state and subsequently forward for adoption. Deliberations continue as long as needed until council is satisfied and recommends that administration bring back the budget for formal approval. And that means that would hit our final step, which is currently targeted before April 30th, as that is the timeframe the interim budget was based on and the timeline by which an adopted budget is required to finalize the property tax bylaw. Adoption of the budget formalizes council's decisions and sets the financial plan for the coming year. This schedule is designed to be transparent and collaborative, giving council multiple opportunities to review, ask questions, and shape the budget. Then we look at the guiding principles. Again, these were adopted in June of 2025. The purpose of the budget guidelines is to establish a foundation for approaching the annual budget. The guiding principles included are alignment with council's strategic plan, that each budget decision should support the goals outlined in council's strategic plan, which ensures resources are directed toward the community's long-term vision. Sustainment of existing service levels. Maintaining the current level of service is a priority. The budget is prepared to maintain existing service levels or amended levels as directed by council. Maintenance of competitive tax rates. We aim to be competitive with other municipalities, which helps attract and retain residents and businesses while balancing our revenue needs. Review and recommend adjustments to service fees and rates as necessary. Fees and rates will be evaluated to ensure fairness and cost recovery. Adjustments will be recommended throughout the process and are implemented at the direction of council. There are a few revenue sources which have recommended rate adjustments included in today's presentation. Continue to implement and monitor a proactive infrastructure renewal strategy. Proactive investment in infrastructure reduces long-term costs. This principle ensures we keep up with maintenance and renewal needs. This principle is reflected in proposed proactive infrastructure projects and reserve contribution recommendations. And finally, enhance the stakeholder experience. Budgeting is not just about numbers. We aim to make the process clear and accessible for council and the public. And we look at the budget development and review process. So this slide outlines the steps taken to prepare and review the budget before it is presented to council for deliberation. It shows the collaborative approach across all levels of the organization. The first step is council setting the budget guidelines. This establishes the overall guidelines that provide clear direction on priorities, tax strategy, and service expectations. Then we go through management team discussions and departmental submissions. Management teams meet to review priorities and constraints. Departments then submit their proposed budgets based on those discussions and council's guidelines. Then there's a finance review where finance consolidates and reviews all submissions. This step ensures accuracy, compliance, and alignment with financial targets. Then there's CAO and senior leadership review. The draft budget is reviewed by the CAO and senior leadership. Adjustments are made to ensure strategic alignment and organizational capacity. The final draft is then presented to council through a series of meetings for discussion and decision-making. Council deliberates on priorities, tax rates, and service levels before approving the budget. This concludes the introduction section of today's presentation. Before I move on to budget trends and environments, are there any questions?
to go.
Okay. This section provides a summary of trends and environmental factors presented in previous presentations. Although material is familiar, it remains an important context for the operating budget, as these conditions directly influence revenues, expenditures, and long-term financial planning. The slides that follow bring together the key budget to actual results, external pressures, and broader financial patterns that shape the operating environment for 2026. So this slide provides a summary of the budget to actual trends that were discussed during the third quarter variance report on December 2nd. During the Q3 report, the core operating budget was forecasting a 2.95% variance, which is narrower than the typical optimal range of 4 to 6%. That range of 4 to 6% is generally considered a comfortable and sustainable range for municipal operations. This level provides sufficient flexibility to absorb unexpected events during the year while maintaining stable budgeting and spending patterns. A tighter margin indicates less room to absorb unforeseen events within the fiscal year. Core revenue trends had some favorable and some unfavorable variance, the net result being a 0.12% variance on core revenues. Trends that are expected to be sustained into 2026 have been adjusted in the proposed budget. We continue to see favorable variances in return on investments and capital equipment plan sales, which are typically directed to reserves to support long-term capital and stabilization needs. Core expenditures were forecasted at a 2.83% variance. Forecasted favorable variances were reviewed and incorporated into the proposed 2026 budget, where the trend is projected to continue into 2026. Next, we look at the key insights from the environmental scan. Again, these came from the November 25th presentation where there was more detailed information. One, the county's population is aging and becoming more diverse, which may increase demand for specialized services and more inclusive approaches to service delivery. Additionally, demand for services and infrastructure upgrades is increasing, driven by demographic shifts and evolving community expectations. The compounding impact of high inflation continues to affect financial planning, making it more challenging to maintain service levels and fund new initiatives. These trends underscore the importance of continually reviewing and adapting budget strategies to ensure the county remains responsive to evolving needs and maintains financial sustainability. Next, we looked at fiscal condition and comparators. Some of the key trends here were that residential assessment and property tax share are rising, while non-residential assessment and tax share are declining. This shift increases reliance on residential and farmland properties for revenue. Asset replacement and maintenance needs are growing, as shown by the declining percentage of asset value remaining and the infrastructure gap. The county faces long-term infrastructure maintenance funding pressure, which will require careful prioritization and proactive reserve planning. And strategic reserve management is essential to maintain financial sustainability and avoid sudden tax increases or service reductions. These insights highlight the importance of long-term financial planning and the need to balance revenue strategies, infrastructure renewal, and service expectations within the county's budget environment. Then we looked at provincial pressures. This slide summarizes the main takeaways from that section. First, provincial policy creates uncertainty in tax revenues and service funding. Examples include assessment model reviews, requisition changes, and initiatives like the mature asset strategy. Second, these changes often shift the tax burden towards residential and farmland properties, especially under the constraints of the 5-to-1 tax rate ratio. Also, council must be prepared to adjust service levels or explore new funding sources if provincial impacts worsen. These insights reinforce the importance of long-term financial planning, proactive reserve strategies, as well as advocacy to protect municipal sustainability. This slide looks at the rate of inflation as measured by CPI to the county's tax revenue and other sources of revenue over the past few years. This slide was also presented at that November 25th presentation, but we've added the proposed 2026 budget trending to it as well. CPI is used here because it's widely available and commonly referenced. However, it is important to note that municipal price index is more specific to municipal costs, but doesn't have a published metric available. That just notes that the basket of goods within CPI are different than the basket of goods that a municipality uses, and generally it's understood that MPI is probably growing at a higher rate than CPI is. The data shows that inflation has generally increased at a faster rate than most of the county's revenue streams. Tax revenue has seen growth, but other revenues have not kept pace with inflation and in some years have declined. This means that the county's purchasing power is eroding. Dollars received do not go as far as they did in previous years. When revenues do not keep up with inflation, it becomes more challenging to maintain service levels, fund new initiatives, and address rising costs within the budget environment. Same thing with this. We've done the expenditure slide. Council has seen this slide before, but we've added the proposed 2026 budget trending into it as well. This chart shows how the costs for contract and general services, materials, goods, and supplies and utilities, as well as other expenditures have changed in relation to inflation. From 2021 to 2023, the data reflects the county's efforts to actively manage and contain costs, keeping expenditure growth below or close to the rate of inflation. The leveling out and increase in 2024 and 2025 indicate that the ability to continue managing costs in this way is limited. Slight reductions were achieved for the proposed 2026 budget, primarily related to reduced staffing. This trend highlights the growing challenge of maintaining service levels and infrastructure within the budget environment. That concludes my section, this introduction section. Before I move on to the proposed operating budget, are there any questions from council?
Everybody good? Yep.
Okay. This section provides a high-level overview of the proposed operating budget. It goes through the functional revenue and expense categories that form the basis of the proposed 2026 operating budget. This section aims to summarize the core operating budget at a level suitable for presentation, while the appendices provide more technical details for further review. The 2026 proposed operating budget maintains the county's overall financial stability while preserving service levels across departments. Total projected revenues and expenses have been carefully reviewed, and the proposed budget currently shows a surplus of $139,683. This surplus reflects targeted cost reductions, operational efficiencies, and staffing and program delivery adjustments that enable the county to continue providing essential services without increasing the overall tax burden on ratepayers. Total municipal tax revenues remain the same as in 2025. This stability is supported by prudent expenditure management and the elimination or consolidation of programs as directed by council. Overall, expenditures decreased by approximately 2% compared to 2025. These savings offset inflationary pressures and provincially mandated program contributions, allowing the county to maintain service levels without adding financial pressures to ratepayers. So before I actually get into an overview of the proposed budget, this slide just provides an overview of the appendices that support this presentation today. These appendices contain the detailed schedules that support the high-level summary included within this presentation. Appendix A is the summary by function, which gives a consolidated view of the 2026 operating budget across service areas. Appendix B provides the summary by department, offering the same information but organized by organizational structure rather than function. Appendix C contains the detailed operating budget by function, including subfunctions, descriptions, and explanation for variances between 2025 and 2026. This is the primary reference for understanding the specific drivers behind budget adjustments and for the numbers included in this presentation. Appendix D presents the detailed operating budget by department, showing the same level of detail as Appendix C, but aligned to individual departments. Appendix E supports alignment between Appendices C and D by listing what departments contribute to each subfunction. Appendix F includes the 3-year operating forecast, and Appendix G provides the projected reserve schedule, summarizing reserve activity and expected balances after all proposed transfers. These appendices form the technical foundation for the proposed budget and provide detailed information available for further review. With that, I will move on to the overview of the 2026 proposed operating budget. This slide presents the overall revenue summary by function. In total, the revenues have decreased by 1.52% from the 2025 budget. The primary driver of this change is the reduction in transfers from reserves, which were utilized to balance the 2025 budget. So first we look at licenses and permits, which make up 0.1% of total revenues. These revenues include safety code permits for things like buildings, electrical, gas, and plumbing, and development permits for projects that require planning approval from the county. The 2026 proposed budget of $85,000 reflects anticipated levels of development and safety code activity in 2026. Then we look at operating grants, which make up 2% of total revenues. This category includes grant funding from the local government fiscal framework and the agricultural services program that supports legislative, agricultural, and environmental services delivered by the county. The 2026 proposed budget of $499,173 is $7,500 lower than the 2025 budget, which reflects a reduction in the ASP grant allocation in accordance with the contract that we have with the province. Then we look at other revenue, which is 0.2% of total proposed revenues. This category includes 3 items: water licensing fees, which are charged for license access to county-managed water sources; water modeling fees, which are charges collected before installing a new water line connection to fund modeling that confirms capacity at the proposed connection; and miscellaneous revenues, small, infrequent items that don't fit into other categories, things like minor administrative recoveries or one-off amounts. The 2026 proposed budget for other revenue is $82,100, which is unchanged from 2025. Next, we look at the sale of goods and services, which is 6% of total proposed revenues for a total of $1.9 million. This category includes a range of user fees and service charges the county collects for day-to-day operations. Core items in this area include water distribution fees and bulk water sales, dust control fees requested by residents or businesses, campground fees for county sites, and waste collection fees under county programs and ICF agreements. It also includes planning and development fees, sewer fees, and smaller items such as the FCSS management fees, certificate fees, cemetery plot sales, and mowing, ASB extension program revenues, provincial highway callouts, safety code fees, weed inspection on private lands, map sales, oil field inspections, scrap metal disposal, and recycling recoveries. Then this next slide will actually show you the variations between the 2025 and the 2026 budget. Water distribution fees have increased by $20,615 to $1,051,655 to reflect projected consumption trends at current rates. This does not reflect any rate adjustments from what is existing in the current master rates bylaw. Bulk water sales increased by $6,542 to $333,645 based on historical usage patterns. Again, this is based on existing rates. Campground fees have increased by $21,925 to $107,875 due to the proposed $5 per night rate adjustment across county campgrounds. ICF waste collection fees were added to the budget to reflect updated intermunicipal agreements. Paid parking has been removed from the budget entirely, reflecting the discontinuation of the Horseshoe Canyon paid parking program. All other items not shown here include a variety of smaller adjustments, which again are detailed in Appendix C. Then we look at sales to other governments, which makes up 0.6% of total proposed revenues. This category includes revenues collected from intermunicipal and regional partners for services that the county provides. These include Aqua 7 management fees, dispatch service reimbursements, peace officer contract services, fire services reimbursements, and bylaw enforcement reimbursements. These charges reflect cost-sharing arrangements, fee-for-service agreements, and reimbursements tied to regional service delivery. The 2026 proposed budget for sales to other governments is $126,300, which is $79,570 lower than 2025. This decrease relates primarily to the removal of the carbon management services contract, which did not proceed. Other intermunicipal service revenues continue at expected levels with minor adjustments noted in Appendix C. Then we look at rental income, which is 0.4% of total proposed revenues. This category includes revenues from facility and land leases administered by the county. The main items include the medical clinic lease, the Torrington Post Office lease, surface lease land rentals, and snow plowing agreements.
When did we take possession of the Torrington Post Office? It's separate of the, if I'm thinking right, it's separate.
It's part of the fire hall.
It is part of the fire hall? It always was?
Yeah.
It's right beside it, like attached to it.
Yeah.
Counselor Olson?
And those are expenses that we charge directly to Canada Post?
Through the chair, yes, that's our rental agreement. They pay the county to use that portion of our building. The 2026 proposed budget for rental income is $142,000, which is $1,000 higher than the 2025 budget and reflects updates consistent with current rental agreements. Penalties and fines represents 0.2% of total proposed revenues. This category includes property tax penalties applied when payments are late, peace officer fines issued under county enforcement activities, and penalties charged on utility accounts and accounts receivables when balances become overdue. The 2026 proposed budget for penalties and fines is $103,000, which is $20,000 higher than 2025. This increase reflects recent trends in property tax penalties observed through 2025.
Through the chair, would that typically be commercial property tax fines, or are our ratepayers also struggling with their fees?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact breakdown. It would be a combination of the two. Then we look at, and actually just a little bit more context on those property tax penalties. The penalty bylaw was changed a couple years ago, and when we initially did that, we actually reduced penalties and fines in accordance with that bylaw, and so that adjustment is really just seeing where trending is actually going and then adjusting in alignment with that. Then we look at property tax revenues. They make up 86% of total proposed revenues. This category reflects the total municipal component of the levy. For 2026, the total amount to be raised by property taxes is unchanged from 2025. The budget is built to hold the overall levy flat year over year. While the total levy is flat, the amount paid by individual ratepayers may still change once final assessment values and mill rates are set in the tax rate bylaw. Changes in assessed value by market shifts, new construction, or reassessment, or in the relative share between assessment classes will influence individual tax bills. A further consideration is the 5-to-1 non-residential to residential tax rate ratio cap. This limits how far the non-residential rate can be set above the residential rate, which can constrain options when assessments shifts between classes. Administration will bring forward the finalized distribution across assessment classes and will facilitate the mill rates with council when developing the tax rate bylaw to ensure compliance with the ratio and maintain the total levy in the final budget. The 2026 proposed budget for property taxes is $27,710,295, again unchanged from 2025. Exact impacts on individual properties will be confirmed when the final assessment numbers and the development of the tax rate bylaw. Then we look at special taxes and frontage, which are about 1% of total proposed revenues. This category includes the Horseshoe swimming pool levy and water connection levies collected on specific properties under the applicable bylaws. These levies fund defined purposes. The pool levy supports the town of Horseshoe's swimming pool operations, and the water connection levies relate to cost recovery for original water line implementation. The 2026 proposed budget for special taxes and frontage is $97,101, which is $151,844 lower than 2025. The decrease reflects the expiry of one water connection levy and an update to the Horseshoe swimming pool levy for 2026. Then we have return on investments, which make up 2% of total proposed revenues. This category represents the planned operating share of earnings from the county's investment portfolio. Actual market returns can fluctuate significantly year to year due to interest rates and market conditions, so we budget a stable amount for operations. The 2026 proposed budget for return on investments is $766,784, which is unchanged from 2025. Any returns above this planned operating amount are typically allocated to reserves rather than added to ongoing operations. This approach recognizes the volatility of investment income and helps ensure one-time gains are used for one-time purposes, while the operating budget remains stable and predictable. Transfers from reserves make up 0% of total proposed revenues, as no transfers have been included in the proposed operating budget. This line captures any operating budget draws from reserves that council may authorize to balance the budget or smooth temporary pressure. The 2026 proposed budget includes no transfer. In 2025, there was a draw from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve to balance the operating budget. For 2026, the operating plan stands on its own without reserve support. This approach aligns with sound financial practices, using reserves for one-time needs, and keeping the operating budget sustainable on recurring revenues. Finally, within revenues, we have capital equipment plan sales, which make 0.3% of total proposed revenues. This category represents proceeds from selling used equipment as part of the county's planned fleet and equipment replacement cycle. The intent is to recognize a stable, conservative amount each year for budgeting, while keeping the capital replacement program funded through broader capital equipment plan strategy. The 2026 proposed budget for capital equipment plan sales is $100,000, which was unchanged from 2025. Any sale proceeds above this budgeted amount are typically contributed back to the capital equipment plan reserve, so one-time gains help fund future replacements rather than ongoing operations. That concludes the portion of this presentation detailing revenues. Before I move on to expenditures, are there any questions from council?
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, do we have a detailed, province or form on province restrictions on our investment funds? Like, I know we're only allowed to do so many things with that, but is there information that we can get as council?
Through the chair, we do have an investment policy. I don't remember the number right off the top of my head, but I can provide that to council.
Councillor Cunningham?
I think I know the answer to this question just because of the way of the world, but I noticed quite a decrease in our revenue on licenses and permits, about $35,000. This would be maybe a question for the Planning or Economic Development Department, but I'm guessing we're just seeing with the cost of doing business, the cost of running a household, people just aren't doing what they traditionally maybe have done.
Through the chair, this one actually is one it had been increased for the 2025 budget. It's actually being reduced back down to where kind of 2023 and 2024 budget levels were. In 2025, there was some anticipation of some additional development that we're not necessarily expecting to continue in 2026.
Councillor Olson?
Sorry, one more question. Is there, like, we go through all these topics like revenue, and expenses and whatever else, but do we have a side-by-side in any of these revenue versus expense? Because, like, if you look at the campground, the variance is for revenue is plus $21,925, but then you go through and you see the expense and it's up $18,000 in expense for campgrounds. So really, I mean, we're looking at $3,925 is to the positive, but you don't see that till you go through all this mess. It'd be nice to, for me anyways, to see that expense side by side so we know, yeah, sure, the revenue looks great, but when you see the expense, then you can kind of calculate really quickly what's a good and a bad thing for us. Sorry.
Through the chair, absolutely. So the department schedule would be one place to kind of get a little bit more of a finessed version of what that might look like. But typically when we've done historically, we've not budgeted or done reporting on program basis. We've done it on department basis. So it's not impossible to do, but it's a little bit more challenging based on the way we do the accounting in the background. For example, the Parks Department has salaries that relate to all parks programs put in there, but we don't break down those salaries actually by different functional areas within there. So that becomes a little bit more challenging to put the true numbers to that. Not impossible, but just not the way we've typically done it and would have to be adapted a little bit in the background to make that function. But I do try when I'm looking at something like an expense and a revenue that are both being adjusted, to kind of note that those things are fluid with each other and are correlated for sure.
CEO Cochran.
Thank you through the reeve to all of council. That's a great question, and it's around what we're looking for is the feasibility of the service, I think is what you're saying, is around are we cost recovering or not? And though that's data that we're working on in the background to determine, and as Ms. Von Berg said, it's not as easy for us to be definitive, because my salary, for instance, CAO or director, is aligned across various budget lines, you know, a certain percentage, but we can bring back more detailed line by line. But some of our services, of course, aren't cost recovering, and they are services we offer to our residents. And those will be discussions that council will have in strategic planning around what is a service you want to provide at a cost recovery and what do you want to recover. So as we move forward as a council, as you move forward, those determinations will come forward and we'll be able to adjust in the background. But in terms of cost recovery for our services, we're working hard to more define that, trying to accommodate for the salaries. So for instance, a manager in parks, her salary is aligned across the various services. So we kind of got to pick some things out in order to pull it back. It's not as simple as like, I have a video store and the staff they work this many hours. It's not as simple for us to figure out as a single service line.
One of the things that this is where line items would come in handy for you. I think that's what you're looking at. The other side of the coin too is when we do these budgets like this, there's a lot of assumption, and there's a lot of putting things in grouping things, right? And I mean, that's where we gotta have a good look at stuff like that, but yeah, for sure. We're good, I think. Everybody good? Yeah.
Okay, then we move on to the summary of operating budget expenses. I'm going to walk through each major expense category in order, explaining what's included and the key drivers between year-over-year changes. Again, the detailed subfunctions and variance explanations for each category are available in the appendices. Information in this section directly ties to Appendix C. And then all the Appendix Ds are all built into C. They're just provided more detail in by department. So first, we look at contract and general services, which makes up 11% of total proposed expenses. This category includes the county's externally provided and organizational-wide service costs. So typical items are software and IT contracts, insurance, training and development, repairs and maintenance for buildings, vehicles and equipment, professional and contracted support like audit, engineering, legal, advertising and public communications, waste collection, and transfer site arrangements, and other specialized services that support day-to-day operations across departments. We look at, this slide then highlights the notable changes between the 2025 and 2026 budgets. Training and development has decreased by $70,520 to $316,325, based on historical usage and a reduction in the number of permanent positions included in the budget. Repairs and maintenance for vehicles and equipment has increased by $41,500 to $186,000, reflecting higher parts and labor costs expected for 2026 maintenance needs. Contracted support has decreased by $34,200 to $117,020, in line with historical trends and a reallocation of some funding to program areas delivering outcomes directly, specifically for business retention and expansion. Advertising and public relations has decreased by $73,400 to $105,600 due to historical trends, service level adjustments, and consolidation of communication needs. Campground management has increased by $18,000 to $80,000 based on updated contract terms for campground operations which support risk management efforts. Business retention and expansion has been added at $25,500 to the base operating budget to continue the program approved in 2025. Again, this is offset by reduced contracted support. Election costs decreased by $18,000 to $3,000 because the full municipal election is not required in 2026. All other subfunctions, minor adjustments are consistent with detailed explanation in the appendices. Together, these subline movements produce the net category total of $3,497,071, with a net reduction of $106,946. The decrease reflects targeted reductions where historical trends showed room to adjust, offset by increases in areas like equipment maintenance and specific service contracts. Then we look at materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, which is 15% of total proposed expenses. This category includes operating inputs and consumables used across the organization. So it includes fuel for fleet and equipment, water for resale, shop and general supplies, road maintenance materials, utilities, chemicals for weed control and water treatment, telephone and internet, small tools and equipment, and other materials required to keep services running day to day. And we look at the notable year-over-year changes. Fuel increased by $50,000 to $1,188,000, reflecting fuel price and usage trends. Water for resale increased by $85,692 to $1,136,683, aligning with supplier rate changes and expected consumption for county water systems. Shop supplies decreased by $43,500 to $734,000 based on 2025 trending that is expected to continue. Power decreased by $17,589 to $199,608, reflecting recent billing trends and efficiencies. Culverts decreased by $25,000 to $75,000 due to stocking needs based on historical usage. Small tools and equipment increased by $17,500 to $47,000. The increase supports risk management by maintaining the tools needed for timely facility and building repairs. All other subfunctions decreased by $21,723 to $1,545,566, representing minor adjustments consistent with the detailed explanations in the appendices. Together, these subline movements produce the net category total of $4,935,857, a year-over-year increase of $45,380. Then we look at salaries, wages, and benefits, which is 36% of total proposed expenses. This category includes regular wages, employer pension and group benefit contributions, statutory contributions like CPP, EI, and WCB, seasonal staffing and council remuneration, overtime, and fire per diems. The 2026 proposed total is $11,046,154, which is a decrease of $451,820. The primary drivers of this are the elimination of positions and turnover savings, partially offset by market merit adjustments and higher statutory contribution rates. So salaries themselves decreased by $417,951 to $7,858,763, reflecting the elimination of 3 positions, as well as the carbon position that did not proceed, and savings from turnover of staff. These reductions are partially offset by merit and market adjustments. The pension contributions and benefits line decreased by $153,171 to $1,565,914, reflecting lower contribution rates and the impact of reduced staffing. Government contributions increased by $38,543 to $708,535, driven by rate increases particularly related to WCB. Seasonal staff decreased by $20,575 to $302,938, reflecting the removal of 2 seasonal positions tied to the former paid parking program. Council base pay increased by $51,000 to $239,400, which is consistent with Policy 3.1 updates, which included market catch-up approved in 2025. Council per diems increased by $52,399 to $199,832, again consistent with Policy 3.1 market catch-up approved in 2025. Overtime decreased by $2,065 to $149,772, reflecting application of current overtime rates to the budgeted staffing levels. Fire per diems have no change and remain at $21,000. Together, these adjustments provide a year-over-year decrease of $451,820. Then we look at provision for allowances, which is 0.3% of total proposed expenses. This line provides an annual allowance for uncollectible taxes and related write-offs. It is used when accounts become uncollectible due to insolvency, council policy decisions, or assets are transferred to the Orphan Well Association, or when other circumstances where collection is no longer feasible. Maintaining this provision supports prudent budgeting and avoids in-year surprises if a write-off is required. The total proposed budget for provision for allowances is $100,000 and is unchanged from 2025. Next, we look at purchases from other governments, which is 2% of proposed expenses. This category includes payments and requisitions made to other public bodies for services delivered regionally or provincially. Core items are the provincial policing payment, the Drumheller and District Regional Waste Commission requisition, the Aqua 7 Water Commission requisition, and land title fees. The 2026 proposed budget is $902,713, which is $117,813 higher than 2025. The increase is driven primarily by the provincial policing payment, with modest increases to the regional waste requisition. And we look to transfers to other governments, which is 2% of total proposed expenses. This category includes payments for the county makes to other municipalities or regional partners under formal agreements. The primary items are ICF Recreation, ICF Fire Services, and the Horseshoe Swimming Pool levy transfer. The 2026 proposed budget for transfers to other governments is $698,145, which is $65,201 lower than 2025. The decrease reflects the removal of a previously unused ICF contingency. Ongoing transfers include ICF Recreation, $348,245, ICF Fire Services, $286,000, and the Horseshoe Swimming Pool transfer of $63,900. Then we look.
I'd like to just go back a bit and talk about this policing. In our operating budget, are our county mounties included in that salary, or no, it's separate?
Through the chair, that is an amount that is paid directly to the province for provincial policing.
Okay, but in our budget that we have here, the operating budget, where it says salaries and wages, are they included in that?
Through the chair, the salaries and wages of our staff, it is not.
That's got nothing to do with the other services, the emergency services?
Well, through the chair, it's our staff are in that budget, but nothing related to the province. That payment is just what's here.
I understand that. I'm talking about our county mounties. Is their wages included in our stuff here?
Through the Reeve, do you mean our peace officers or the RCMP?
Right.
Peace officers,
Yes.
yes. Through the Reeve, the peace officers are included in our operating staff wages. Anything to do with the RCMP
Yeah,
is a
I
separate
understand.
requisition.
Yeah, that was my question. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. So, I mean, with what's coming up here, with the policing increase that could end up going from 0 to 30% is the forecast. We're gonna be paying big dollars for policing, potentially. Does that reflect the 500, was that reflected in that 539? Or, pardon me, whatever the number was? 592?
Yes, through the chair, that is the amount that the province requisitions, and that increase is based on the best information we have available to date. It has not been confirmed by the province.
Okay, so that's my question. That does not include the potential 30% that could happen to us.
Through the chair, the increase from the budgeted 2025 to $479,178 to the increase to $592,606 reflects our anticipated increase, but it's not been a confirmed amount yet. It's just based on the best information the province has made available to us at this point.
This number does include that 30%.
Yes.
Okay. The other side of the coin too is, I mean, that happening, we're paying a lot for policing along with having our own peace officers. I'm not sure that, I think that's something we gotta look at. Like, do we need all this? I mean, we can't get away from the provincial policing, that's a given. But just a thought. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, sir, going back to the expense there, material goods, supplies and utilities, like on the list, we have small tools and equipment, and that's like 47,000, but then under other, we have a third of that expense. Is that item all other, just to shorten up space on here, or why don't we have gravel crushing in that? Because it's 750,000, yet we got small tools and equipment, or is this just on this proposed, just to save paper? I'm not sure. I just wondered why it was grouped like that, so, sorry.
Through the chair, can you just, under, so materials, goods, and supplies, I just want to make sure I understand exactly what the question is.
That's okay, sometimes my questions aren't clear.
You're okay.
Could you, what sub-function?
Sorry, no, I was just, under this expense, the 15% or whatever, like on there, and it says all other, which is 1.5, it's basically a third of this 4 million or whatever, and it says the decreases reflect various expenditures and adjustments for which found in Appendix C. When I go to Appendix C, then I see like gravel crushing is $750,000 under that other. So why does it not kick out the small tools and equipment that's only 47?
So-
Or is it just for space in the?
I understand now. So,
Okay.
this presentation is all built on Appendix C is the basis for this one. And so the presentation itself, what I was trying to do is just highlight the items that really had big fluctuations. But if you look under Appendix C, so for materials, goods, and supplies and utilities, I'm just gonna flip to the right part. I've listed, fuel is one item in here, and water for resale is one, shop supplies is one, and then you get to general supplies, that's included in that all other. Road maintenance is included in that all other. Power has been highlighted here because it had a bigger variance. And then weed control chemicals, so the gravel crushing is actually in a separate functional category and does come up in this presentation. What I was trying to do with the presentation was give a consolidated view of the biggest fluctuations. And then from that point, it's up to council. If council wishes to go through Appendix C detail line by line, all the Appendix D 1 through 15 line by line, that is completely up to council what they would like to do. This presentation was really just intended to come up to highlight the really big fluctuations that have come between the two budgets.
Okay, thanks, that's kind of what I thought.
Absolutely.
but
Councilor
yeah.
Woodstock? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering why other was like a third of what that, yeah. But thanks for the explanation.
Councilor Cunningham?
I just want to go back to that policing cost. One thing last term that I learned that I really didn't know before I sat on council was the amount of provincial downloading that's happening. So I think it's really important for our ratepayers to be aware of that. We have no control over that. That's a huge increase in 1 year. And like you say, we're trying to budget with a number we don't even know what it's going to be. Has the province given us any indication of what month we're looking at, or? No, okay, well, that's helpful. So that's a good topic for RMA. And maybe this is an Appendix C, but I just want to go back to those expenses, material, goods, and supplies. 734,000 in shop supplies. Are we able to get a more detailed breakdown of that, or is that, am I missing that somewhere in here?
This is what we need to look at when we do line budgeting.
Through the chair, so the detail in Appendix C for shop supplies on that item includes parts for servicing and maintaining all county vehicles and equipment, as well as small specialty tools. Includes $419,000 for parts, $100,000 for tires, $100,000 for bulk oil, $55,000 for specialty tools, $25,000 for consumables, $20,000 for batteries, emergency management kit supplies, hand signs and ladders for peace officer vehicles, signs, first aid kits, fire extinguisher for fire chief vehicle, and spraying equipment parts and materials. So that's in Appendix C on page 99 of Appendix C, the second line of data. If you like, I can pull it up on the screen too. I have all the appendices.
That would be awesome, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions so far? You okay, Councillor Olson? Yes. Carry on.
I promise I did my best to try and make those appendices as accessible as possible. There's a lot of data and it is,
Well, one of the
Yeah.
things you gotta remember too is, I mean, half of this stuff is what we present to, or what was presented to us as ratepayers without the line items. So, I mean, it's real hard when I was before I was a counselor, trying to figure out and break down each one of these general budgets, because there's so much stuff in them that isn't being reported, and lots of stuff can get hidden in them, right? So, there is a lot of stuff here that we need to look at, so, thanks.
okay. Are we good to continue? Okay. Did this one. Okay. I think we left off here, if I remember correctly. My apologies. Transfers to individuals and organizations makes up about 1% of total proposed expenses. So this category includes grants and contributions the county provides to community groups and initiatives under council-approved policies for community halls, youth sponsorships, arts and culture, arena operations, along with other council-directed programs delivered through formal motions and established programming. The 2026 proposed budgets for transfers to individuals and organizations is $280,507, which is $40,500 lower than 2025. The decrease reflects a reduction to council-directed support, the reallocation of the grant writer program to FCSS, which is now shown under transfers to local boards and agencies, and the removal of the cemeteries grant due to lack of program uptake. Then we look at transfers to local boards and agencies, which makes up 0.4% of total proposed expenses. This category includes the county's contributions to external boards and agencies that deliver community services on a regional basis. The two items in this category are Family and Community Support Services, or FCSS, and participation in the Marigold Library System. The 2026 proposed budget is $152,356, which is $16,890 higher than 2025. The increase is primarily due to shifting the grant writer program to FCSS to better align the service with community support delivery. Then we look at contributions to reserves, which make up 29% of total expenses, for a total of $9,137,542. This category represents the county's planned transfers into reserves that support long-term sustainability. These contributions ensure that one-time capital replacements and risk management needs are funded without placing pressure on the annual operating budget. The proposed budget is $143,106 lower than 2025. The decrease is due to the expiry of a water connection levy, which reduces the contribution to the water reserve. Base and capital equipment plan contributions continue at planned levels to maintain responsible funding for future capital and system renewal. And then lastly, within operating functional areas and expenses, there's gravel or inventory projects, which is 2% of total proposed expenses. This category represents the county's annual allocation for gravel crushing at the Torrington Gravel Pit. The crushed gravel is added to inventory and used throughout the year for maintenance of the gravel road network. This ensures that road crews have reliable access to material when needed and that the county maintains consistent service levels across its rural road system. The proposed budget is unchanged at $750,000. This stable allocation supports predictable road maintenance operations and continues the county's program of maintaining adequate inventory each year. That concludes the component on the operating budget. Before I move on to three-year operating forecast, are there any questions?
Think we're good.
So next we look at the three-year operating forecast. The financial forecast is a forward-looking tool that helps council anticipate future financial trends and challenges. The Municipal Government Act requires the county to approve a three-year operating forecast and a five-year capital forecast each year. This presentation includes the three-year operating forecast. The capital forecast was presented to council on November 25th. Forecasts provide a big picture view of upcoming financial trends, major projects, and potential pressures. It's important to note that forecasts are not budgets. They do not give administration authority to spend funds. They are for planning and decision-making only. Forecasts help council look ahead, spot risks early, and make informed decisions. So why does a forecast matter? Again, it's essential for long-term financial sustainability and strategic alignment. It gives council a view beyond the annual budget, helping to plan for future needs and challenges. They help manage reserves, debt, and the impact of tax changes more effectively. They build transparency and confidence in financial decision-making for both council and the public. By looking ahead, council can make proactive choices, avoid surprises, and ensure the county remains financially healthy. Again, forecasting is a cornerstone of responsible municipal governance. It helps support informed decisions, protect service levels, and help council deliver on long-term goals. This slide highlights the key revenue trends in the three-year operating forecast. So what's been included is how major revenue categories are expected to change based on current policies, historical activity, and known program adjustments. It focuses on the categories where movements are most material from 2027 to 2029. Growth of goods and services has a forecasted increase of 3.66%. Growth reflects trend-based changes in user fee areas, such as water distribution and bulk water activity, campground fees following the 2026 base adjustment, and service-based fees that move with utilization. No new rate assumptions are included unless directly indicated by council. So for example, if council had a strategy on water rates for the next few years, those would be reflected, but unless that strategy exists, we only adjust based on usage, not on rate adjustments. Rental income has a forecasted increase of 1.06%. Moderate growth aligns with existing lease and rental agreements as they adjust over time under current terms. No structural change is assumed in the forecast window. And then special taxes and frontage has a forecasted decrease of 34.19%. The decline reflects the expiry of time-limited water connection levies. The remaining revenues relate primarily to the Horseshoe swimming pool levy. These trend drivers are directional and align with the principles used in the detailed schedules. They help illustrate where revenues are likely to move. The forecast is updated annually to reflect council direction, assessment outcomes, and any adjustments to fees or programs. Then we look at expense trend drivers. Again, what's included is how major expense categories are expected to change based on current contracts, historical consumption, and known pressures. It focuses on the categories with the largest influence on the 2027 to 2029 outlook. We've got a forecasted increase in contract and general services of 6.73%. Growth is driven by insurance renewal pressures, major maintenance for aging facilities and assets, and IT or software contracts that escalate under multi-year agreements. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a forecasted increase of 2.94% by 2029. Moderate growth reflects fuel, operating supplies, water for resale, and utility costs that track market pricing and system usage. Salaries, wages, and benefits has a forecasted increase of 6.41%. This line assumes a flat, policy-based escalation consistent with recent budget cycles, capturing expected market merit adjustments and statutory contribution changes over time. So this one is one where we've literally just applied a similar, an average change number to that number for the next few years. Completely fluctuates based on council direction each year. Contributions to reserve has a forecasted slight decrease of 0.36%, is a movement reflecting the expiry of time-limited levies and maintaining core contributions. Again, these trends reflect current policy and service levels. Council can adjust them during budget cycles as better information becomes available, and then they're consequently updated by administration. Then we look at how the consolidated forecast for the revenues, expenses, and the annual shortfall from the 2027 to 2029 planning window. What it's showing as revenues are moving gradually with trends-based changes in user fees and program lines, holding tax levy assumptions flat until council sets tax policy. Expenses reflect the trend drivers you just saw in contracted services, materials, utilities, compensation, and planned reserve contributions. The difference between the two lines shows a shortfall that grows if no policy, service, or phasing actions are taken. So we're looking at 2029 based on current trending of shortfall of $876,545. Again, this is just based on the information that administration has available, and those get adjusted as council sets more direction, and we can further refine those numbers. Okay. The next piece is a budget overview, which takes the operating budget presented today, the pre-approval projects done in September, and the proposed projects presented to council in November, and puts it all together. Before I move on, are there any questions from council?
Good to go.
Okay. So this, again, this overview now consolidates, basically at this point, council's been presented with proposed projects and the proposed operating budget at a high level. And this just summarizes everything that's been included in the proposed budget to date. So this slide shows a summary of the proposed operating budget. At this point in time, we're looking at a surplus of $139,683. Then we have the pre-approval project listing, which includes the capital equipment plan, which was $5,256,000. This includes fleet and equipment replacements that have reached end of life and are required to maintain safe, reliable delivery. This includes pickup trucks, seasonal rentals, graders, a loader, a semi-truck, an end dump, a plow truck, a fire engine, and essential shop and ground slip equipment like a mower, chipper, and pressure washer. These replacements keep downtime low, support winter and road maintenance, and ensure frontline and emergency services have dependable equipment. Then we have budget for phased projects. One is Bridge File 13480, which has a budget of $3,520,000, which is funded for $880,000 from the roads reserve and $2,640,000 for a STIP grant. This is one where the county has applied for STIP grant funding. If that funding is not approved, this project will not proceed because there is not the funding available as approved by council. Then there's Hamlet infrastructure upgrades for $1,650,000. The Linden Road pavement overlay for $4,039,000. A culvert replacement on Township Road 304 for $1,430,000. The rural road stabilization program for $412,500. Major bridge maintenance for $242,000. And then operating projects including the gravel purchase program for $2,695,000. ERP implementation for $560,000, the regional SCADA master plan for $220,000, which is anticipated to be funded through the ACB grant. Again, if that grant is not approved, that project will not proceed. And then there's one operating initiative, which is a 3-year economic development, tourism, and marketing strategy for $38,500. And then we look at the proposed project listing. So these are projects that, the previous slide are projects that have been approved by council. These are proposed projects that have been included that were presented in November and are being proposed for approval to be brought back at the February 10th meeting for approval in order to facilitate initiation of work. Under maintenance of existing assets, there's the Roads in Need annual program for $275,000, which is to address deteriorating segments of rural roadways that require urgent attention. The 2026 work focuses on feasibility studies and design so that the county would be shovel ready for future upgrades. There's a tower project for $187,000 to be funded from the infrastructure reserve. And this is to dispose or maintain of our 5 legacy communication towers, which are no longer being used for emergency services. The scope includes dismantling unused towers and repairs or maintenance for ones still supporting regional broadband. Then we have admin and FCSS parking lot repairs for $85,300, funded from the Capital Building Replacement Reserve. Complete concrete and safety improvements at the Kneehill County Administration and Three Hills FCSS parking lots, including curb replacement, rubber wheel stops for visibility, and traffic control signage. Then under replacement of existing assets, there's overhead door replacement and repairs for $140,300, funded from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve. This is replacing priority overhead doors and components across facilities where inspections identified structural or mechanical concerns. Then there's the Three Hills South Gate replacement and security control upgrades for $88,000, funded from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve. This is to replace the South Gate operation and keypad access controls at the maintenance shop as the system is at the end of its useful life. There's heater replacements at the old Three Hills shop for $61,600 to be funded from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve. This is the replacement of 5 radiant tube heaters and 1 forced air furnace due to failures, physical damage, and end of life. There's the body cam system replacement for $60,000 to be funded from the Transitional Fund Reserve. This is to replace the Kneehill County Peace Officers body-worn camera system because the original provider ceased operations, so there are no longer parts or support for that programming. Body cams remain a critical safety and evidence tool paired with in-car systems and must meet secure storage and audit trail requirements. Then there's 1-ton snow blades for $55,000 funded from the Capital Equipment Reserve, to replace 2 end-of-life blades units on 1-ton trucks to reduce repair downtime and improve winter operation reliability. There's the capital computer purchases for $49,500 to be funded from the IT Reserve, which is the replacement of 9 laptops, 1 printer, and the on-premise WatchGuard server. And there's building code upgrades for $43,500 to be funded from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve. This is to address code-related deficiencies identified in facility condition assessments, including potable water backflow prevention, hot water tank replacements, and safety upgrades. There's the sign storage building replacement for $11,000 to be funded through the Building's Capital Replacement Reserve to remove the deteriorated water-damaged sign storage structure and install a new C-can with lighting and shelving storage modifications. And then there's the Meehan Cemetery fence replacement for $88,800 to be funded $5,450 by St. Anne's Catholic Cemetery and $3,350 from the Parks Reserve. Then we look at new assets. There's the Class 3 landfill cell development and approval for $275,000. This is to engage a consultant to design a new landfill cell, produce engineered drawings, and submit for approval to Alberta Environment. The cell would be within the Torrington transfer site to maintain service levels and regulatory compliance. Then there's the Peace Officer in-car radio installation for $33,000 to be funded from the Transitional Fund Reserve. This is installing AFRAX in-car radios to boost coverage where handhelds struggle, like in River Valley areas, which will improve officer safety and meet communication requirements from hazard assessments. And there's Armadillo traffic counters for $15,400, funded from the Roads Reserve, to purchase and deploy an additional pair of counters at rotating sites to verify traffic volumes and vehicle sizes, supporting road planning, maintenance scheduling, and grant applications with accurate data. Then we have the phased project for bridge file 02288 for $275,000 to be funded from the Roads Reserve. This is to complete engineering and design for the replacement of this bridge file with a current structural rating of 33.3%. This would be delivering assessments, drawings, and cost estimates so construction can proceed when funding is available and to strengthen future grant applications. And then under operating projects or initiatives, we have aerial photo updates for $99,000, funded from the Infrastructure Reserve, which is full replacement of the county aerial imagery on a 4-year cycle, improving mapping accuracy and usability across departments to support planning, asset management, and operational decisions. Then we have solid waste roll-off bins for $35,200 funded from the infrastructure reserve to provide residents an alternative to the main landfill by staging roll-off bins at a supervised transfer site twice per year, improving convenience and supporting responsible waste management. Then we have a Lucas for Torrington Fire Department for $33,000 to be funded $25,000 from the Medical First Responders Grant and $8,000 from the Infrastructure Reserve. This is acquiring a mechanical CPR device to maintain the first response level of service, improve CPR quality and consistency on medical calls, and reduce responder strain. We have the County Pasture Rejuvenation Project for $29,700 to be funded by the Rangeland Sustainability Grant Program. This will restore and enhance the ecological health and productivity of the 270-acre Smaltz pasture through reseeding, weed control, and soil amendments. The Wike Shop upgrades for $9,100 to be funded from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve, which is minor renovations and equipment to create more functional, dedicated in-house workspace for facilities and utilities to support efficiency and ongoing maintenance work. And then the last piece is the generator maintenance program for $16,500 to be funded from the water reserve in 2026 and then to be put into the ongoing operating budget in 2027. Contracted annual maintenance for water pump house generators to ensure reliable backup power and uninterrupted water service.
You okay? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Need a break? Just to clarify, these are proposed projects. They haven't been approved yet. We approve them, right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, next question. Where do we have any room on here for proposed projects that council proposes?
Through the chair, that is by council direction. If council wishes for projects to come forward, that is council directs administration for
But I'm
that.
just saying, there's no place here right now. So when we for a budget, dollars and cents wise, right? So if we wanted to propose a project that needed to be done, we need a place to put it, correct? CAO Cochran.
Thank you for your excitement. Through the Reef to all of council, can propose a project at any time through a motion. Give us a motion, we'll add it to the budget, and then it will come back. So this is the great opportunity for you to propose a project that you want worked on through motion. Council votes, we add it, and then it comes back into the next version of the budget. So at any time, council can add a project. It's your budget, your decision.
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, if I could go to the aerial photo update. So that's done every 4 years, I believe you said. And is this used primarily for Municipal Planning Commission? Or what are the other uses? And why can't we use Google Earth if it's 4 years old anyways?
Through the chair, I believe it is more detailed than what Google Earth provides us. So it gives us more ability to do asset management on our stuff. It gives us more ability to do more refined mapping.
I think that's a good comment. I mean, I've been on projects throughout Alberta and across Canada, and that's all we used was Google Earth. And it's something we should look into. CAO Cochran. Oh, sorry.
That's okay, I was just
Are
going
you
to give the
waving
floor
over
to
there? You
council.
want- okay.
No, it's good. Through the chair to all of council, these maps provide us with our aerials for our GIS system. So when you look on our website and you want to go find a map, that's where we get the data from. And so we can drill down onto every specific location. Google Maps can't provide us with the detailed data that we get through this system. Now, I asked this question as well, can it be put off? Certainly it can be. This is our standard, though we do it every 4 years. Council's welcome to push it off a year or two, but it is beneficial for our ratepayers and for planning to be able to have accurate data for our maps.
Councillor Woodstock.
On my mic. Yeah, these maps, we generally partner with other municipalities to cheapen up the cost. I don't know if it's happening this time or not, but they do give us far more superior data. There's layers. We can incorporate gas lines, gas wells, boundaries, like Subdivision boundaries, they go into far greater detail than you'll ever find on Google Maps. And a lot of this stuff is very important for not only municipal planning, but it's also important for operations. There's a lot of things that these maps provide that other Google Maps or whatever you want to call it, other mapping systems, these are far superior to those. So, and they're used quite often in the county.
CEO Cochran.
Thank you.
Keep it short, keep it short.
Through the chair to all of council, we have some great folks in the background listening to help fill in the details. So these maps are far more detailed than our aerial maps. They're used for our planning subdivisions, rezoning, mapping infrastructure, water valves, curb stops, rural water valves, culverts. So it's very detailed on all of our infrastructure and our assets. We can't get this detail from Google Maps. They don't provide it.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I know we're going to be doing a tour, so this eventually might answer these questions, but just for the ratepayers as well, we called it the old Three Hills shop. I'm assuming that's at where our main shop is. Could someone give me detail on what that shop, what we do at that shop that isn't done at the main shop? Because I noticed like it's about almost $62,000 cost to that.
Through the reef to all of council, I can answer that. When we currently use the old shop for equipment storage, equipment that can't get cold is stored in that space. But we're also looking for direction from council on what they want to do with that space. And that will probably be a topic for strategic planning session. Currently, we do use it though for equipment storage for stuff that can't get really cold.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you answered my next question.
At our prior interim budget, we spoke on that also. I mean, we didn't build this big shop to have that shop sitting there along with the white building. We need to go down, have a look at it. I mean, some of that stuff should be sold. We don't need, it's just ongoing. When there's a lot of stuff in here I'm not in favor of, but we can discuss that when it gets in. Yeah, for sure. You need a break for 10 minutes? Sure. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. All right, 10:18, let's get back to the budget proposals. Go ahead.
All right, so before the break, we went over the proposed project listing. This next slide looks at proposed and pre-approval project summaries, so this is combining those two different schedules. The total proposed project and pre-approval project budget is $21,948,900. And they're organized into 7 categories. So maintenance of existing assets sits at 6.6 million. New assets sits at 323,400. New initiatives at $55,000. Operating projects at $3,681,000. Phased projects at $5,445,000. Replacement of existing assets at $517,700. And capital equipment plan purchases at $5,256,000. And then we looked at the funding summary, so this is the same total information, but put into where the funding sources is rather than the type of project. And they're funded through a mix of reserves and grants. So you look at, there's $7,326,900 coming from the roads reserve, $5,311,000 coming from the capital equipment replacement reserve. Grants, there's $2,914,700 coming from grants. The gravel reserve is $2,695,000, $1,666,500 from the water reserve, $604,200 from the infrastructure reserve, $560,000 from the contingency reserve, $438,800 from the building capital replacement reserve, $131,500 from the transitional fund reserve, $242,000 from the bridge reserve, $49,500 from the IT reserve, $3,350 from the parks reserve, and $5,450 from community funding. The distribution shows a heavy emphasis on core asset programs with targeted use of other reserves for facilities, water, and contingency. And then this last one just ties in Appendix G, which is also included in the report itself. We've got operating budget contributions of $9,137,542. Proposed project draws of $19,028,750. This includes pre-approved and proposed 2026 projects. And then the projected remaining available balance. So basically this is money that has not been allocated to any project, is $59,455,261. So this plan funds 2026 projects from reserves and grants while maintaining available balances for future years. Base operating transfers and reserves continue, supporting capital equipment plan and core infrastructure. And so then that comes to our last section of the presentation piece today, and it just highlights the remaining steps in the 2026 budget process. So the first piece, these next couple slides reflect items with budget changes made by administration that we're highlighting to ensure council awareness. Again, this list isn't exhaustive. Council may wish to discuss any aspect of the budget. But these next few items are just items where administration has either changed something or feels that there might be room to change something and is recommending those items as council discussion. The first is Horseshoe Canyon paid parking. So no revenue or expenditure is included in the 2026 operating budget to support this program. If council supports approval, the parking fee will be taken out of the master rates bylaw at its next update. Then there's campground fees. There's an operating budget, has a $5 per night increase included in it. Again, if council supports this, the rates will be updated in the next master rates bylaw. And then the cemeteries grant, this is one that came in under policy 2.2, and it's not been utilized in recent years, so administration's not included this amount in the budget, but this would require council rescind the policy itself. And then we look at water for resale. So the supplier pricing for most of the county systems is increasing by 8% for 2026. The budget reflects this increased cost because it's a cost that we have no choice but to pay in order to provide water to our systems. But we have not increased the actual rates within the operating budget in alignment with that increased cost of water. So that's something that council can then decide where we look at our current rates and what kind of increase or adjustment council may wish to make. Our current rates are $4.05 per cube for gravity-fed systems, $2.55 for well-fed systems, and $5.15 for bulk water. Just for some context, a $1 increase in the monthly base fee generates about $10,000 increased revenue, and a 10-cent increase in cube rates generates about $18,000 on the water systems themselves. And our purchase price is increasing anywhere between 20 cents per cube and 27 cents per cube. And then we've just looked, this other one is total reserve contributions in the proposed budget are lower in 2026 for than in 2025 due to the expiry of time-limited special levies. And we've just flagged this item because they've decreased by $143,106. And it's just something that council should be cognizant of as going through the budget to ensure the long-term sustainability of assets.
I want to go back to the water for a minute. We got an 8% increase. I'm gathering that's for production of the water to us.
Through the chair, that's our purchase price per cube from our suppliers for water systems, yes.
So I gather it's because of them doing upgrades, or, Jerry, you would know? Jerry, or Councillor Woodstock?
We were projected to have a 5% increase in the water rates coming from our hub, which is the Drumheller water treatment system. For some reason, it came back at 8%. So we haven't been able to figure out why. We are supposed to be meeting with Drumheller. I'm hoping that we do get a meeting. But that is also one of the things that we're doing through that committee that I've been placed on. And what we're trying to do there is trying to determine how water rates are calculated throughout the province, like how to get those numbers correct so we can use the same methodology throughout the province to calculate. Of course, the water rates will not be consistent through the province, but the way to calculate them should be consistent. So hopefully if we can get this through, I think we're due to have the final report done by March the 31st of this year. And then it'll go to the province and the province will instigate that. But the reason that 8% is there is because that is exactly what the Drumheller raised the water rates coming in to the Aqua 7 system. But I don't know what the increase in rates have been from Three Hills into our Mount Vernon and Equity systems, so.
Yeah, one of the questions I have is we can't absorb these hits. We got to get cost recovery on this. We're already sitting at 700,000 subsidies on the water systems, and that just ain't cutting it. So I mean, we had another 8%. We better be collecting some revenue here. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I agree. If we're getting an 8% increase, it has to be passed on. I mean, I don't like it either, but also one of my questions was, and maybe Councillor Woodstock can address this too, is how often have we been getting increases from either the town or from Aqua 7? Just so we're not, are we going to be doing this every year? Yes.
It's been fairly consistent that every year there is an increase in the cost of water. We do pass that increase along to our residents, but our residents, we also have to be cognizant that we have to be competitive with the towns and villages as far as water rates go. So, I mean, there is ways to figure this out, but doing it strictly through water rates, that would put our water rates probably at $7 per cube plus, while our towns and villages are sitting in that $4.50 area. I don't know if it'd be sustainable for the county to raise our water rates to that $7 plus, because I think anybody that's on these water rates know what they're paying currently, and to increase it that much would be, well, it would be a hit to someone's budget, that's for sure.
I understand that, but the other side of the coin too is it's something we need to look at, because I mean, you're comparing like the towns and villages. I'm getting like Three Hills, Horseshoe, et cetera.
The urban's within our municipality.
Yeah, and our people, right? Like Huxley's and stuff like that.
Well, Huxley would be considerably less because they're on the well-fed system.
Yeah, but there's still that dollars and cents that we're subsidizing throughout the whole area. So I think it's something we gotta look at. I mean, we can't just go along subsidizing everybody. The ratepayers, like,
Well, we're not sitting in an island here saying that we're the only ones subsidizing. The
I never
towns
said
and
that.
villages are, and I'm not saying that you did. All I'm saying is that it's, most systems, water, sewer systems in the province are subsidized to some sort of an extent. Whether that's wrong or right, I'm not here to say. But I know that our current county rates will increase because of the increase of the water coming into the Aqua 7 system. But there are different ways to generate revenue, like we've had, local improvement tax, and what's the other one that we have the ability to do on land? But regardless of, there is ways of doing it. We just taken 722,000 off because after 15 years, that last water system has now come off the books, so we no longer get that income from it, because after 15 years, that was the way the bylaw was written. So, but we've got seven separate water systems, and they've all come off, and this is the last one that's come off. So anyway, I'm not going to prolong the discussion.
CEO Cochran.
Thank you, through the reef to all of council. We have a great dashboard that we'll bring in front of council that will talk about that'll show you the water rates in live time, where you can adjust water rates and see how that impacts the revenue and the recoveries. Certainly council, I can understand a strategy to get us closer to recovery, but that's something that you'll want to look at through the strategic planning and the policy. But we do have the capacity to support you in seeing what decisions make in real time. So if you increase by 5 cents per cube, you can see what that impact is in terms of our revenue. As Councillor Whitstock did indicate, there's other ways for us to bring in revenue through special improvement taxes and such, and those will be things for council to consider as you move through your term.
Everybody okay? All righty, thanks.
Okay, so this is my last slide of my presentation component of today, and it just looks at what the next steps are from here in the budget process. So throughout the process, administration has been logging any questions asked. Today, we're logging any questions that are asked, so that we can provide clear responses back in future budget sessions. So that will continue. If there are questions outside of these presentations, they can be directed to CAO Cochran, who will then ensure that those are included in any future presentations. So then again, administration then provides responses and follow-ups, so any changes to numbers or assumptions are shown side by side with the original information. So anything that changes in the budget now, we've got that $139,000 surplus. Anything that gets adjusted will then be specifically tracked, so we can log exactly where the proposed budget to the final adopted budget gets to. And then budget deliberations and balancing. So council then, from this point forward, administration has put forward everything that administration would like to put forward for the 2026 budget. And realistically, it's in council's hands to look at what things they want to look further into, what questions they want answered, how water rates might be adjusted. For that example, right, administration knows the cost is increased, but administration doesn't know where council wants to go with those rates. So that's something that administration's flagged as a council discussion item, because it's not something that we're going to directly put a number to. The next time you see me, I will have a budget dashboard for council, and what that's intended to do is provide some sort of visual aspect of where changes are affecting the budget. So it provides a live update of shortfall or surplus. It'll calculate any tax changes. It'll calculate water rate impact. So we try and look at what the average impact to an acreage owner or a hamlet owner would be depending on different changes in water rates, what the average impact on a low bulk water user versus a high usage bulk water user might be. And then anything else that we kind of identify or council tells us they're willing to look at, we kind of try to specifically build that into that dashboard. It'll also include things like budget project approvals and how they impact reserve balances to try and allow council to scenario plan and see how decisions would play out within the budget. Again, as mentioned before, administration is asking whether council would consider looking at project approvals at the February 10th meeting for the remaining projects that have not been approved to date. Again, the intention of that is in order to facilitate those projects being able to be initiated within the year. They are, some of them, most of them are already on somebody's project plan, and so until those are approved by council, no work can proceed on them. And then again, once council's looked at everything, once council's deliberated the budget, once council is comfortable with where the budget is at, administration will tie up all the loose ends and put it all together in schedules that would be the final budget that would be put forward for council approval. Within that, I know we talked about before April 30th, sometime in April, the tax rate bylaw also needs to be passed, either in conjunction with the final approved budget or after the final approved budget, depending on where council is comfortable with that and when council's deliberations kind of come to a conclusion. We will get final assessment numbers late February, early March, and then we can kind of look at how assessment is shifted, how that would impact ratepayers based on the distribution of assessment, whether we keep a flat line over the exact same amount of property tax as is currently included in the budget, how that would impact a residential ratepayer versus a farmland versus a non-residential ratepayer. Yeah, so thank you for your time today. I am happy to answer any other questions, collect any other questions or guidance from council to ensure what we come back with. The next stage provides council with the information that they need. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. I actually think we need to decide what we're going to do, if we're going to do some line item budget and take some time and separate, have a couple days of a budget review. Something to think about? Everybody okay with that? Thinking about that one? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be important.
So we have to actually give direction. So, I mean, that's the direction we'd like to go. So we set up some times to go through through the budget line items and at a council, at an actual budget meeting. As far as the information, Council CAO Cochran?
Through the reef to all of council. So council's within their, you can sit with the budget, but any decisions you made have to be made in this council chamber. So any motions, any changes. In my 30 years in government, I've always participated in public budget deliberations. This is fairly common. I've never done closed door sessions because anything that you debate in closed doors has to be brought back to the council table. You have to debate it in council and you have to vote on it in council. It is a public process. This is a public budget and we want to ensure transparency, and that's why we do it in a public council meeting.
In response to your response, Councillor CAO Cochran, yeah, that's correct. We will be approving the budget in the council meeting. But prior to that, there is stuff that we need to go through this budget line item by line item, and we need to put forth what we feel is the budget, what we feel needs to be cut, what we feel where costs need to be taken out and or things need to be changed. And in order for us to do that, we cannot do that in a public meeting because we could be affecting people and people's jobs. That's why we do it on a separate meeting, and then we come out. And then we come out of that, and we bring forth the budget that we came through in a council meeting. Councillor Cunningham.
So I can't even remember if we did this last term, but would my understanding be that we would call a special meeting of council to go over budget? Like it would be an additional meeting that we add to the schedule? Is that correct?
Through the reef to all of council, that would still be a public meeting. Yeah, absolutely. And that is the preferred, is that council budget deliberations are in a public meeting where you're able to discuss, provide motions, and vote. That is critical for the process, for transparency and for governance.
With the ability to move into closed session. if there's a-
Absolutely.
Correct.
Yes, through the if we're talking about personnel or changes to personnel or salary budgets, we would move into camera. We certainly would not be talking about in people's positions. But one way or another, whether you come in or out of the chamber, you still have to make the motion. So at some point, people are going to recognize that we've made decisions, or you've made decisions related to their positions. That is part of the job. It's part of the way we do budgets.
Any other concerns or questions?
Do we need a motion to set up the meeting ahead of time? Okay. I think we should, if we're going to do it, we have to propose that meeting. I move that we have a budget meeting with council and to proper procedures. Special budget.
Are we talking with, online, or are we talking just separate?
Well, we have to go online by what?
Well, we
Teresa's
don't
saying.
have to go online.
Okay. Well,
We actually don't. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but when we're gonna sit down and discuss things, we're gonna go into a strategic plan that we're not in line, or in a special meeting. We're not in a council meeting. We're gonna talk strategic planning. That's by ourselves. CEO Cochran.
Through the Reeve, strategic planning is done as a meeting of council, but any decisions made are then made public through a strategic plan that council has said is your priority areas. Those are high-level outcomes that don't direct the budget. From those high-level outcomes, then we align the budget to the business plan. So if you said your biggest goal was roads, you would then assign the budgets towards roads. But within strategic planning, there's no budgetary decisions being made. It's talking about what are your values, your goals, your mission, what things do you want to work on for the next 4 years. But it doesn't assign budget. And that's where we want to be transparent with our decision-making when we're looking at the budget that the public is responsible for.
We are going to be transparent with that. When we come back out of a meeting and decide which way we're gonna go, what things we're gonna look at, we'll bring that forth into a council meeting. And we will discuss it and we will vote on it. But in the meantime and in between time, prior to going into closed session every 10 minutes, I mean, why can't we do it that way? Councillor Penner.
I think if I'm understanding the read correctly, what we probably should be thinking about is a council as a whole meeting where we can informally discuss where we want some of our vision towards the budget. If you're looking for that private meeting, would that be an acceptable?
The only thing is there, Councillor Penner, is that the council of the whole, the way it's set up now, is you're still live streamed.
Right.
That's the problem. Councillor Olson?
So I guess, yeah, I understand what CAO is speaking about, but can we not have discussion about things? I know if decisions, that has to be in a regular council meeting or a special meeting, but just discussion, I guess we need to specify the definition of discussion versus decision. I don't know if that helps or not, or makes it more confusing.
Councillor Cunningham?
I could be wrong on this, but my understanding always is if you have quorum, it's a meeting, right? And it has to be public and it has to be advertised. And I think we have to be careful about that piece. So I could see us having further discussions at COW, or, I mean, like I said I think it was last term, we did talk about maybe doing the special meetings for budget, just like other municipalities do, to give that extra time. And being that this is a new council, perhaps that's a good, it's not a bad thing to have an extra meeting to go through. But, like I said, we do have the ability, when we're talking sensitive, to go into those closed sessions. But if you've got quorum, it's a meeting, and it has to be held as such.
One of the things that I'm not getting at this place is, it seems like we can't have a meeting anywhere to discuss anything other than in closed session. And that, to me, is wrong. If we decide to have a separate meeting to discuss other things within this county and bring that back where we make decisions into a council meeting, that's how it should be. But to sit here and say that we can't have a discussion, or we can't sit down as counselors in a separate meeting and have discussion about stuff, that doesn't meet my criteria on what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, yes, I know it's gonna be transparent. We have to bring it back in. But the other side of the coin too is we can't discuss a lot of this stuff that is sensitive in the open. Everybody is so poisoned around here about, you can't say this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do this. This is the frustrating part of it. And I mean, everybody sees it, not just us, the ratepayers see it. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. Any other, Councillor Woodstock?
So if you have a discussion and come up with a solution, that is a public meeting. Like that is a council meeting. If you want to have a discussion in closed session, you have that through a council meeting. But what you're proposing is that we have a discussion on the budget, not in a council meeting, not in a closed session, but not in the open for residents to watch, I guess, is where you're going with it.
That's where I'm going with it, and it's not, yeah, that's where I'm going with it, because of the
So we're gonna have a discussion,
sensitivity.
make decisions, not in a public, open forum.
We can discuss whatever we want, right, and bring it forth into a public
No,
forum.
then you've made a decision.
Okay, so here's an example. Let's talk, while we're on this.
I'm not here to argue with you. What I'm trying to do is, according to the MGA, any discussions that we as a council have in a council meeting has to be a public meeting.
So when you set up the cow meeting, for an example, the cow meetings never used to be on TV or on.
They were public meetings.
No, they weren't. When they originally set up,
Yeah,
Public is open.
anybody could attend a committee of the whole meeting, sitting here,
Yep.
and then eventually it went to camera.
okay,
Teresa?
okay,
Just some-
conversation. Yeah, we're having some conversation here, and that's what this is about, so. CEO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the reef to all of council, just looking up the MGA, the Municipal Government Act requires council meetings to be public. All meetings of council must be conducted in public unless discussion falls under limited exceptions that allow a closed in-camera session. These exceptions must align with the Privacy Protections and Freedom of Information Act. And budget deliberations do not fall under any FOIP-allowed closed meeting exceptions such as personnel matters, legal privilege, or land negotiation. So the MGA is clear, these meetings have to be held in public.
Okay. Councillor Olson?
Okay, yeah, I guess if that's the case, then let's do it. I mean, we can go into closed session, but it's gonna take more than just a regular council meeting, so, and if we're into it, then it should be a special meeting. You know, there should be 2 days, a regular council meeting and then on the budget, and then special meeting the next day or something, just so we can get through all of it. That's my thinking, but yeah, if we gotta do it, I just, yeah, I agree. If there's sensitive stuff, we're gonna be going in and out of camera all the time, or it's just, because if you're talking about getting rid of hypothetically, a whole division, or a whole, you know, I'm just saying, you know, that's gonna affect people, and they're gonna be online, and it's gonna, you know, yeah, you know what it's gonna bring, so.
That's what we're here for.
That's right. the other side of the coin is we're here to have these conversations and the frustration part of it. That's fine. If you want to, we can do it that way. But prior to that, I think we should make note and let all the ratepayers know that this is why we're going in to closed session. Because everybody out there right now is PO'd on a lot of these closed session meetings. And not that they don't understand why we have to do it, basically. So the less closed sessions, the better, I feel. But that being said, I'm pretty sure we can direct everybody that is watching, that's what we're doing, so. Any more discussion? You want to, Merle, pardon me for interrupting your motion. Do you want to read it again?
No. I can move that the council direct administration to bring back the 2026 proposed operating budget discussion to a special meeting of council. Whether it's one day or two.
Councillor Cunningham?
So just to, a question for CEO Cochran. Can you just remind me with special meetings, we give the public a certain amount of notice? Is it 2 weeks' notice? I just can't remember off the top of my head. 24 hours? Oh, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hopkins?
Just a note on that. I'm reading that special council meeting called under subsection 1B must be held within 14 days after the date that the chief elected official receives the request. Which means the special meeting will have to happen within 14 days of this motion, of today.
Councillor Penner?
The only comment that I would make is that there will be 2 councillors that won't be available for those meetings in the month of February.
How is that going to affect CEO Cochran? How's that going to affect if we carry it on with 4 councillors rather than, well, 5, I guess, right?
Through the Reeve of Council, as long as you have quorum, you're free to move forward.
Okay. Merle, or Councillor Olson, or Councillor Anderson, is there anything else you'd like to add to that? Or are we okay with that motion? Everybody okay with that motion, or do you? Councillor Woodstock?
I guess I would just like to find out when councilors are available to have these, and when are we looking to actually go ahead with this? Are we looking to wait? Are we looking to get it done in the next week or so? Like, I know I'm gonna be gone. I think Councillor Penner is gone. I think Councillor Olson is gone. I think you're leaving 12th of February? Yeah. And I think I'm out the 16th. Councillor Penner, you're on the 8th? So I don't know what the rest of you guys' schedules are like, but I'm thinking if we're doing this, we should probably leave it sometime prior to the 8th then? I don't know. I'm not scheduling anybody's time here, I'm just asking.
Well, I mean, that's what it's about. We got to work around it, right? So, CAO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the Reeve of Council, we do have a strategic planning session scheduled for February 2nd. We can repurpose to budget and do strategic planning thereafter. I think in this current state, we are collecting information around strategic planning, but it is a meeting that's already booked that you may want to repurpose.
My thought is I don't want to repurpose that one. The reason being is the sooner we get that direction out, the better it is. We can probably hang on and wait a little longer for this other meeting with the budget, correct? We got time. And we can maybe see where everybody's sitting on that. We just, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, through the as long as you don't put this motion forward, otherwise we have to do that.
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Could we table a discussion on this or till we get more information?
I rescind the motion. Due to times and people.
Yeah, I'm available the 3rd of February or the 5th.
So when's the strategic meeting, the 2nd?
2nd.
Okay, I'm available the 3rd then as well, so.
Yeah, I'm okay there. 3rd, 4th, 5th.
3rd? 3rd works for everybody? Okay. The 3rd? We can put a motion in. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, my only thoughts with booking that date is just due to, you know, the holidays that people have coming up. We probably would be looking into March, which I know gets awfully close to April, which is when we need to have this done. So to me, if we can get it done this first week in February, it's probably better time-wise. Make it work.
If it takes a day or two? 3rd, 4th?
See where you get on the 3rd?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, if we want to schedule two, even if we don't use the second day, then we're fine.
I think we should try to, please.
I think the 4th, we're tied up with the carbon meetings.
Oh, liability review?
Well, let's fire off on the 3rd then.
Yeah,
That's a full day.
Yeah.
we'll power through.
Are we okay with this motion? Everybody, or everybody understands the motion now, hopefully? Do you- Yes.
I follow up and move that the council have directed administration to bring back the 2026 proposed operating budget discussion to a special meeting of council to be scheduled on February 3rd, 2026.
Any further concerns or discussion on that motion? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we got the 3rd down. Okay. Did we confuse you? Yeah. Thank you. Community services?
There she is. Perfect timing.
I want to table this one. This, we don't need this. 6, 1, 3. Yeah, I think so. 6.1, planning.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. I'm bringing back to you, as per your request, public engagement options for the land use bylaw review. As you know, the land use bylaw is the nuts and bolts. We're in it every day for every development permit that we issue. And we have just done a very long public engagement for the municipal development plan. And in order to align those documents, we do need to look at a few things in the land use bylaw. So we felt it was an opportune time to have more of a robust review. We have provided several options, and we did this based on the previous engagement and the previous direction to do more robust engagement. So we've created some options, but I believe at the last meeting, you had talked about doing a more hybrid version of that. And so at the bottom of the document, I've also included just more of a checklist so we can actually go through and see exactly what it is that you think would be helpful to do in these engagement sessions. So whether it's strictly just a council working group, whether and it would be several meetings to go through, the land use bylaw is a huge document, whether it would be including the municipal planning commission members at large in working groups, or whether it's actually creating some additional working groups more specific to some, like particularly hamlets or agriculture, that would highlight some of those areas in the land use bylaw. We can certainly do whatever it is that you are looking at. We have open houses that we have talked about. We do have legally required to do public hearings for this land use bylaw, as well as create opportunities for all of our urban and rural neighbors to have an opportunity to provide comment. So some of that is, you will see check boxes in that last one. There you go. So what you see is required. We do have to consult with affected landowners. We have to provide opportunities to submit comments, and we do have to have that public hearing. And then we are, as we always do whenever we do amendments to land use, or when we're starting to see trends in the planning department, we create a whole list of notes of things that we should look at this the next time we talk about land use bylaw, or we open the land use bylaw, or there's things that may be require more clarity, or there's changes to legislation. Those are the things, and we collect a whole bunch, and so those are part of what we're talking about when we say proposed changes that are coming from the admin perspective. It's still up to council whether or not you want to go with those changes, but we just want to highlight things that we have found as we work with the document itself. Hamlet zoning is one of those things that we have looked at because we have a lot of hamlets that are zoned hamlet general in particular, which include every use that's available in the hamlet. So we were wanting to align the zoning in hamlets to reflect more what is actually on the property. And then the council working group is obviously something that you would have to do because you're the ones that approve the document yourself. So the other pieces, whether you want to include members at large, whether you want to create some additional working groups, open houses to go through some of these changes, again, that is up to you. And then we would go back and just let you know what that budget might look like. We look at what hall rental and whether or not we have snacks or those types of things, coffee provided, those things.
Just a quick question. Does this have to be looked at this year?
It does not. There are some things that we are going to have to be mindful, but we can postpone it a year as well.
One of the other questions I have is if we do, like, just we got a lot on our plate to get done right away. If we do put it down the road a bit, can we as council and you go through it first before we go out and do anything? Or
Absolutely.
I think that would give us more information on which direction we should take and or if we're gonna take any,
Yep.
right? That's my thought. We just got so much going on here, and I don't really want to, we got 3 options there, that's correct, but I mean, until we see what it is, or what changes that we need, that would dictate how I would vote on which way we should be going.
And absolutely, that's
Is there a
fair.
concern with that, or a problem? Councillor Anderson?
I agree. We just went through last year. I sat through all the planning commission's meetings. If that doesn't last any longer than half a year, I don't know what the success rate is.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, no, I agree to a certain extent, but I can see a trend happening with us as we keep wanting more time and pushing things further along, and at some point, we're just gonna get jammed up here too, so we're gonna have to pick and choose, yes, but we are gonna have to make decisions as we go here. But I agree, with most of what's being said here.
Councillor Cunningham?
So, and just to be very clear, like the process that we did last term was the municipal development plan, right? So this one that we're currently looking at would be the land use bylaw. So I mean, two separate entities, but two that really work together. Last term, we did pick out like the renewable piece because we were seeing so many changes in that industry. So we do have the ability to take out pieces and not do the whole thing, but I think it was kind of, the conversation last term was after the MDP was done, then we really would like a full comprehensive review of the land use. So I'm 100% in agreement with maybe holding off for a little bit. We are doing, like we just said, strat planning the beginning of February. I wouldn't want to put it off too long because I think we're seeing some changes in different industries and I think we want to address some of those, but like you said, we do have a lot going on, but like whether we revisit it closer to the summer or, I mean, I hate to put it off to the fall, fall's such a busy time, but yeah, there is a lot going on right now, especially with strat planning, but for me personally, I wouldn't want to park this for too long.
That was, that my intent wasn't to push it down the road for years, you know. Councillor Woodstock?
I guess excuse me, I guess it depends on which scenario we use, because it could last a year to get through the, or it could be up to 2 years. So if we push it too far down the road, I don't know, are we gonna be outside of legislation if we leave it too long?
Through the chair, the only thing I think is depending on the options that you choose and how much public engagement we do, it takes a huge amount of time from our department. It was all hands on deck for 2 years and everybody had jobs and had to do it, and it was a huge amount of information that we were providing in those working groups. So again, having a little bit of an idea of where you want to land as far as that would be helpful. Pushing it off is fine. That just gives us more time to prepare, like I said, the information packages and the more specific to whatever that working group might look like. And then if we have to book halls or do those types of things, we do need that information in advance. So if we meet with you and you guys decide you want to start the robust engagement process, our expectation is that it doesn't start the next month. Scheduling bodies was a huge problem because we had so many cooks and players that we were trying to align. And so that is what created such a long time frame in some regard. But to do it well, we do need to be prepared. And that's one thing that I guess we would just want to have some idea and some time to pull that together as a planning department. So if we push it off, I'm fine with that for now. But I guess give me an indication of what you're thinking to come back. We can come back in the fall, or if you're thinking next year, just.
I'm not sure that we're thinking that far down the road.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't have to go that far.
Okay.
Yeah, you could give us a couple, or a month or so, whatever. What, thoughts? Councilor Cunningham?
Yeah, just having been through the MDP and being a part of it, I mean, it was a great experience. Like, the working groups were awesome. You know, we had them split into different, you know, agriculture, economic development, and they were wonderful meetings and a great opportunity to engage with our ratepayers. But Ms. Hazelton is bang on. I can't make this day because I got this, and it was a scheduling nightmare, really. I personally would love to see, like, the open houses. We don't have to have meals. I think we're all kind of really looking at our fiscal management here, so I don't think we maybe have to do it quite as robust. It was a great experience, but maybe this time we do open house, coffee, muffins, whatever. We want that feedback from the public, have the different avenues that they can bring their comments to us. But, I mean, to me, I guess maybe I'm leaning a little bit towards, can't remember option, maybe, is it C? Maybe not have those working groups with the public. Again, not because I don't want to hear from them, just because, like you said, it did add another element to it, but that's kind of where I'm going with that. But yeah, maybe looking in a couple months down the road after we've got our strat planning done.
Okay.
And I think we can give you the, you know, you kind of got a general consensus here. As far as I'm concerned, we're not feeding the people. Yeah.
Cookies? Can they have
No,
cookies?
no. And, yeah, you want to get fed, come out to my place later and we'll cook something there. But, yeah, not you guys. Let's give, do you want a date or? Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I would like to see it sooner than later too, and depending on how long it takes for your group, but if we could utilize the summer for some of these, you know, events, yeah, no, it's, yeah, and I'm looking forward to that steak dinner at Lonnie's.
Okay, so basically, oh, sorry.
I'm just going to clarify then, so if we go ahead and plan maybe the initial working group with council in July, aim for around
Do you think that's too late?
I think because of how long these projects take, a month or two on the front end,
It's
it's
not
not.
gonna matter?
It's
Okay.
not going to matter.
Okay.
You're not going to have it done by the end of the year.
No, but what my question is we didn't want to, I was thinking a couple months, but I mean, if you guys are good with July, that works for us, or
Okay,
sooner.
I'll aim for that, and we'll do a working group separate out of council, that we just go through, this is what we're looking at, these are some of the changes that we see would be
Correct.
helpful, and lay it out that way. So we'll aim for that July. And, yeah, that's great.
I'm okay with that, if council's okay with that. Do we need a motion? Yeah, Councilor Cunningham?
So I will move that council direct administration to plan a working group with council in July 2026.
Any concerns or discussion on the motion? All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Perfect.
Thanks, Barb. Seven point one, are we? On 7.1, yep. County vehicle use. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. At the December 9th meeting, Council tabled the proposed vehicle use policy and asked administration to return with further operational analysis and research specifically related to the take-home vehicles and on-call operations. Today's report responds directly to that request, and we're going to talk about council oversight on vehicles, operational analysis on how service times and delivery is affected if vehicles must be returned to the shop. So what changed in the policy? We did make some changes since the last time. Based on the feedback from council, administration made 2 significant governance changes to the policy. First, all take-home vehicle arrangements now require council approval rather than administrative approval. Second, the policy now clearly states home-to-work travel is not permitted unless it's directly tied to operational or on-call response requirements. This means that council retains the full authority over who's permitted to take home vehicles, and that the privilege must be justified by service needs, not convenience. So before we get into the analysis, it's important to understand who currently has take-home vehicles and why. Take-home vehicles are limited to specific operational roles where immediate deployment, field-based supervision, or on-call response is required. For our utilities operation, our utilities infrastructure is spread across the county. Operators are assigned to service areas near their homes to reduce travel times, improve response, and control overtime. And we've included some appendices that show the breakdown of where the employees are driving to where they're working. Our operators do not start the day at the shop. They typically begin and end their shifts at the pump houses, lift stations, or field locations. Currently, take-home vehicles are assigned to utility operators, the utility supervisor, and the utility services manager. These vehicles are equipped with tools, testing equipment, spare parts, PPE, and compliance materials. For practical purposes, they function as mobile work units and is common to what is in other administration or other county operations. Our transportation operators, are highly weather dependent and time sensitive. Our supervisors start right when they leave and get onto county roads to inspect the roads. They start hours before the operators start so that they have the ability to send their operators to the right locations. I went down too fast on my speaking notes. The supervisors need to assess the road conditions, and they deploy the graders and the plow crews based on that, and they have very good log books to define that. They adjust their routes and they change conditions, and they coordinate emergency response. Currently, take-home vehicles are assigned to the transportation superintendent and 3 transportation supervisors. As I indicated, this allows the supervisors to begin making decisions as soon as they hit the county roads, as opposed to getting in and then deploying after that. Our operational analysis for utility response times, when we analyzed the data, thanks to our great maps, the direct travel from the operator's residence to the site versus traveling to the shop first, our maps indicate that we would be losing approximately 15 to 40 minutes per call per employee, depending on the location. So in utilities operations, that additional time matters because it affects the chlorine system failures, pressure loss events, communication outages, and environmental compliance. I commonly get texts or teams from operators after hours. We have problems in water systems, and they need to be able to deploy immediately. So of course, our delayed response time can increase repair scope and increase our regulatory risk and extend service interruptions for our residents. Take a breath. Workday efficiencies and overtime impacts. Our utility operators routinely, like I indicated, start and end their shifts in the field. They are only in the office on Monday mornings when they do their water tests and they submit to the Alberta Environment. Other than that, they are in the field 100% of the time. They carry all required tools and testing equipment in their trucks, and they respond to service calls near their residence late in the day. Requiring mandatory return to the shop would reduce productive field hours, increase paid travel time at the end of shifts, and increase overtime exposure when service calls occur late in the day. Through our analysis, we estimate that productivity could decrease by approximately 1 hour per operator per day, depending on the service, which over time results in a lot of lost time. So addressing accountability and public perception, well, we recognize that Council's concerns are not only operational, but they're about public trust, safety, and accountability. The updated policy addresses these concerns by explicitly prohibiting speeding and unsafe driving, formally authorizing GPS and telematics monitoring, allowing GPS data to support coaching, investigations, and discipline where necessary, and requiring inspections and maintenance compliance, and clearly prohibiting the personal use of county vehicles. This strengthens oversight while protecting operational effectiveness. Administration did a best practice review, and we contacted 8 rural and regional municipalities to review their fleet practices. Of those that responded, half allow take-home vehicles for utility operators and transportation supervisors when justified by emergency response needs and field-based service delivery. Common controls include no personal use, GPS monitoring, documented operational justification, and revoking privileges if misuse occurs. And this aligns closely with what is being proposed for Kneehill County. So based on our analysis, administration recommendations are role specific. For the utility department, we recommend continuing take-home vehicles for the utility operators and the 1 utility supervisor because they directly support emergency response capability, regulatory compliance, and efficient field-based service delivery. However, administration is recommending that the take-home privileges for the manager of utility services be discontinued, as there's not sufficient operational justification to support continued take-home use for that role. For the transportation department, administration recommends continued take-home vehicles for the transportation supervisors and the transportation superintendent because immediate road assessment and crew deployment decisions are critical during weather and emergency events. If council approves the policy and recommends assignments, administration will provide formal written notice to the affected employees, ensure reasonable transition timelines where required, and update procedures accordingly. This approach aligns with the legal advice that we were given regarding notice when working conditions are changed. Council has 3 options for today. Option 1, accept the analysis and policy update for information. Option 2, table the policy again pending further information as directed by council. Option 3, approve the revised policy and recommended take-home vehicle assignments as presented.
Can you breathe? Can you breathe now?
I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. A lot of information here. I can write a book on why I should take a company truck home. Some of this is that. I don't believe a lot of this. Number 1, when we sit here and we go out and we talk to 50%, or we talk to the surrounding MDs and counties on what they do, I have a real problem because we got all the people that are working around in our counties now are recycled from the CAOs down to the superintendents, and it's even happened here. We got people that are taking vehicles home because they took vehicles home here, so naturally they're gonna say that. I don't believe anything like these guys are saying. This is Kneehill County. This is about taxpayers' dollars. There is some justification on a few things. Transportation supervisors, not a chance. I don't believe that one bit. We've never had vehicles going home with these guys. They are not in a position to go out and get on the road right away, and that doesn't happen. I know it doesn't happen. The other thing is, if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, we asked how many times that there was they were called out for emergency services. That's what this discussion started. These guys that were taking the vehicles home, how many times have they been called out for emergency services? And I'm not talking about just going down to a pump house and shutting an alarm off because we got a bad system. I don't see that here. I'm not in favor one bit of trucks going home. We're even on call. I mean, I don't think we have everybody on call at once. Like, it just doesn't, to me, this isn't even in the ballpark where I think that we should be providing a service to our ratepayers. That being said, that started the conversation. Anyone else, comments? Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I guess I have one question. Do we have GPS and telematics in the vehicles right now?
Through the Reeve Olive Council, we have them in most of our vehicles, but not all of them. And however, without policy, we can't use them for purposes of discipline. But we do have GPS data on most of our vehicles, and I can assure you that our vehicle operators do start as soon as they hit the county roads, and they are inspecting and providing advice to their staff thereafter.
And what cost do we have on those systems?
Through for the GPS systems? Through the Reeve to Olive Council, I'll have to find out the exact number, I'm not certain, but it is a tool that we would enjoy having because it gives us good data to provide back to council on when and where and why we are where we are. But I can find out the exact number on the GPS. It'll probably come to my teams in about 3 seconds, so.
Well, I just know these systems are expensive, and I mean, do we really need to know, exactly where everybody's at? I mean, I guess as far as the safety concern is, I can see part of that, but yeah, I guess it's something to discuss later.
Well, through the Reeve to Olive Council, sorry, I didn't mean to just jump in there, but I did receive as I said, it's just magic. 25 per month per vehicle, and it is a useful tool because it does allow us to plan accordingly to where the graders are and where they've been and how many miles they've driven, and it does support our asset management, but it is certainly something we can take out, but it's 25 per month per vehicle.
So just for curiosity, you have a team of people listening to this or sitting on the computer listening to council meetings?
Through the Reeve to Olive Council, I suspect that most employees are listening to council. They have YouTube and they're all sitting and listening because they're prepared. Certain staff will be prepared to answer questions, like asset management is listening, where he indicated that the GPS is also tied to our fuel system. So it's very helpful for us sitting here because we don't know all the answers, but we try to provide them in real time.
Okay. One of the other concerns that I have, and it's brought up by taxpayers, when we have people that don't even live in this county and they're driving county trucks home, they're not in favor of that. Councillor Olson or Councillor Anderson, did you have a comment there? Councillor Cunningham?
So, thank you for this report, and the utilities piece was very helpful for me. And I know some of it, I don't want to overstep the privacy boundaries, but this made sense to me, but I'm just wondering with our transportation supervisors, it doesn't give us the same data, right? Like where they're coming from. And then just further to that, like with the transportation supervisors, are they going out in the evenings or weekends? Or is it strictly they're working the regular county hours?
Through the Reeve to Olive Council, so it would depend on if there was a weather event. If there was a weather event, the supervisors would be out on the road inspecting roads, so they would know where to deploy their on-call staff. So that is their responsibility. They would know, just jump in their truck if it's snowing. They'd be touring roads. And for our transportation supervisors, sorry, we didn't have our map our wonderful map person do that, but they both start at their area. So one of them lives on the northeast side, and that's their division, so they start inspecting roads. So we're very smart about assigning people to the areas that they start in, where they're coming, because we have 1,800 kilometers of roads. We have a lot to inspect to make sure that everything is safe.
1,800 kilometers of road has been here for 35 years or 40 years, and there was never any trucks going home back then. There was more stuff going on back then with equipment and stuff. Like, to me, this is unacceptable to have the transportation out, taking vehicles home because of this. You are paid to come to work. I mean, if we're gonna sit here and say the superintendents are gonna get out there right away and phone up the operators and get them out there, well, I can call that not really true. But to me, this doesn't need to be done. They can come into the shop, get their trucks, and get back out there. This is taxpayers' dollars. There's nothing real major happening. There never has been on the roads. Councillor Woodstock.
Okay, I would like to speak to the utilities side. I think because, as CAO Cochrane has stated, the utilities very seldom even comes into the shop other than Mondays to test their water samples. The rest of the week, they actually deploy from home with a truck that already has all the equipment that they need. Depending where they deploy from, they could be wasting basically, well, if you have an operator coming from Linden to Three Hills, picking up a vehicle, and then heading back to Linden, Acme, Bicycle, Irkana, you're losing basically an hour according to the report. I think it would make more sense to deploy from home, headed in that direction. I don't know where all the operators live, where they deploy from, but I think anytime that you save some time and provide extra coverage, rather than losing an hour deploying and traveling and then coming back to where you started from, I think that would be important. I do see the value in the utility operators actually using a vehicle to deploy and go straight to work rather than traveling for whatever amount of time it is to pick up their vehicle and then go back to where they were and start deploying or start working from there. But that is my thoughts on it. I find it justifiable.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I kind of agree to some extent with the utilities operators, but I'm also, you know, there's usually one or two guys on at a time, or one guy on call at a time, or no?
They all start work at the same time.
Okay.
Unless there's an emergency, then there will be one.
Yeah, no,
Let you answer that, sorry.
No, but I agree with the water guys, because that's something, but I mean, I kind of tend to lean with Lonnie on some of the infrastructure and transportation. Yeah, those guys, nobody's going out in the dark usually to, you know, they can make it to work and then go, even in a storm event.
Councillor Hopkins?
I'm on the fence with this policy. Part of me wants to keep the utilities side and remove the transportation vehicles. It's unfortunate that we had some bad eggs that kind of put a sour taste in a lot of ratepayers' eyes and mouths, and we need to make sure that our vehicles are being treated and driven and following the rules of the road. I'd like to maybe put it in the rest of council's thoughts that if we could do a trial period where we maybe allow the utilities to follow through, but pull back on the transportation, try it for 6 months, maybe 8 months, or even a year, and then go from there. that's kind of my recommendation at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Anderson?
I tend to agree with that, although if we have GPS, I've been living in a world where we have logs, travel logs. If we're finding these people maybe we should institute a travel log. I mean, does it take that much for them? I've done it, you know. Yeah, if we can substantiate what they're doing, if it's in that trial period, if it's not showing any big problems, then maybe we can look at it a different way. If we're seeing problems, then maybe we do have justification to do all these things. I do agree that some of the utilities are very important, especially when you get to human water treatment, stuff like that. It has to be looked after. And I think then we have to look again at our hiring practices. If we're hiring people out of the community to do these jobs, should we not change our practice to hire people that are willing to live within our boundaries instead of providing them with transportation to other places?
Councillor Anderson, just some good comments. And I mean, the problem is we do have a lot of people from outside. I mean, this is the policy that we're talking about. We never had one before. It's brought back into council's hands where we can control it. I'm not all quite there on utilities. I'm there part way. I understand that part. Transportation, definitely not. I can, and I think if you guys want to do a trial period, that's fine. It's still in our hands. But I mean, this place has never changed. And I'm not buying a lot of this stuff, and it's pretty easy for somebody, I can sit there and write you 4 pages of why I should be taking a truck home. You know, that's just how it is. So, I guess my question was, and it was still from before, and I don't know if we can handle it or if we even looked into it. Is there a pile of emergency call-outs? That was the question from last time. That's what we were gonna decide on the utilities. If that utilities operators, if there's not a pile of them, that's fine, okay, we can work it that way. But if those utility operators are on call, each one of them are on call for their own area, I have a problem with that. Right. You only need one to be on call. You don't need 5 of them. And that's, I guess, the clarity that I'm looking for. Councillor Woodstock?
I'm not sure how many utility operators are on call, but what I'm looking at is the response time to leave from home, come up to the shop, grab a vehicle, and then basically return to where they started from to start their day. According to the report, that could waste up to an hour a day. The guys, I'm thinking specifically of the guys on the south because I know that when they leave home, they probably check the reservoirs both in Linden, Acme, Urcana, Bicycle, I mean, and they start their day whatever time. If it's 7 o'clock, then it's 7 o'clock. They don't drive to Three Hills, get into another vehicle at 7:30, then drive back to Linden at 8 o'clock and start their day at 8. I see the rationale that if we start the day from the time they get into their vehicles and start working, I see that as not being a waste of time. I do not see that as being a waste of county equipment. I see that as getting more done at the end of the day, because our systems travel all the way from Drumheller to Urcana, and then we also have the majority of our pump houses in the southern end of the county. So that being stated, that's where they reside, I'm assuming, and that would make it far more economical and far more, it'll make far more sense to start from home than it would be to come up to Three Hills and then start all over again. My thoughts, anyway.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but it can work both ways too. We could have somebody, you know, utility operator that's lives in Division 6 and has to go all the way to Drumheller or whatever. I guess, yeah, we have to build some discretion into it. Yeah, because if they're going to the pump house down in by Knack Mine or whatever, and they live close, yeah, it does make sense not to drive all the way to the county office and all the way back, because regardless, it's using our vehicle two ways regardless. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough because we don't know, you know, if we're making special allowance for certain people, and yeah, it's going to be a nightmare, I think.
CEO Cochran?
Thank you through the reeve to all of council. So great discussion. Thank you for that. The policy as it's written gives council full control. So if you approve the policy as written, no vehicles go home with anybody. That would be a motion by council to say these vehicles go home. So the policy is written that way. We've had 54 call-outs in the past 12 months, and those would be the ones where they had to leave from their homes. So that's quite a few number. We have one person on call, not more than that. But we have 3 utility operators and 1 supervisor that, like I said, their trucks do perform as their offices. They don't come to the office. They rarely come to the office. If they start at the office, they got to come in, warm up their truck. We're looking at 30 minutes of lost time in the morning and 30 minutes of lost time in the afternoon. Our operators are very efficient and effective at their roles, and this isn't about favoritism. This is about good business operations. Whereas when I worked in another municipality, my building inspectors all had offices in their trucks. They took their trucks home. They never went into the office. We mailed them out, emailed them out their stuff, and they went and did it. They didn't waste time driving back to a central location that isn't necessarily near where they're working. This isn't about favoritism or about special privileges, but these employees do have these as taxable benefits within their payroll. So these are taxable benefits we have been providing to employees. Should we take them away, we do need to provide proper notice because it could be looked at negatively. They're being to have something taken away from them. So we do want to make sure that when we're looking at the analysis, we're reminding that the analysis that we did is based on the need for our operators to be out in the field.
Councillor Penner?
So everything that we've heard now, the information that we get is that it's economically efficient to the county for vehicles to be going home with certain operators. We know that it's time efficient. If our ratepayers are having an issue with that, then that's our job as a council to do a better job of informing our ratepayers about the efficiencies that are being generated. We've got intelligent ratepayers. They'll understand if we explain the details to them correctly. And what I see, to me, it seems to be a relatively straight-cut decision. The efficiencies are there if our utility operators have the vehicles in their own cost-wise, time-wise, response time for our ratepayers so that their critical infrastructure works.
Councillor Woodstock?
I would agree with Councillor Penner. There was a statement made that only 50% of the polled municipalities got back to us. I would challenge that municipalities around us have 1,000 kilometers of water line in the ground. And it's such an integral system as what we have at Kneehill County here. That's not to say that it's important that everyone has the vehicle to start work from home, but that being said, there is a lot of water line, which was never here up until about 15 years ago. That's when the water line started to come in. Or no, it's actually more than that, because that's when the last water line was built. So I'm thinking probably closer to 20 years. We've got a real hub of water systems in the county. I think it would be very inefficient to force the operators to, well, I'm not going to go there again because I've already stated that. but we do have a situation in Kneehill County that a lot of municipalities around us do not have.
Councillor Cunningham?
So, just to go back to that, that information you received, Ms. Cochran, the 54 call-outs, so was that strictly utilities, or did that include transportation call-outs?
Thank you for that. That was just utility call-outs,
Okay.
and it was tracked from the beginning of December, so there's probably a couple more to add on to there. But yes, it's just for utility call-outs.
Okay, no, and that's really helpful information. I personally, I can look at the utilities, and it makes good business sense to me. Like you said, if it's all three of them and they're all on call, yeah, that would make sense. But when you explain that kind of their vehicles, they're using them as their office per se, and when you look at the time that it's going to take for them to come here, that totally makes sense to me. The transportation one, I guess I'm struggling a little bit. I know we have folks that are on call, grader operators, snowplow, truck drivers. They're not taking the grader and parking it in front of their house wherever they live. They have to come to the county, obviously, to get that. So that's the one I'm struggling with a little bit. At the end of the day, we all decide where we live and we all decide where we work. So I used to work for the government in Olds. I had to drive from my house, west of Three Hills, to Olds. That was just what I had to do. I didn't get provided a vehicle. It was on my own time, and that was just the choice that I had to make. So I think I want to see us have this policy, and I do appreciate this policy coming back. I really, really do. I was asked for accountability with vehicle use multiple times over the last 4 years, so I really appreciate this. It makes total sense to me to include the utilities. I think I need a little bit more information on the transportation side.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I love the discussion, love everybody participating in it, and it's helped me, yeah, to look at this the same way as Councillor Cunningham, and I'm leaning towards just the utility operators and not the transportation or infrastructure people at this moment as well.
Councillor Hopkins?
The other question I have is, I've kind of read the bylaw or the policy a couple times, and I'm struggling to see if there's an allowance in there for if an employee has to, say, travel to Edmonton for a course, do they take a personal vehicle? Do they take a company vehicle? What's been done in the past, and I don't see a definite answer in here that it doesn't jump out at me.
Yes, so that would be outside of the policy because it's not personal take-home use. So when we're going to conferences, employees drive to the building, they pick up a vehicle, they leave their vehicle here and they drive to the conference. We try where possible to take county vehicles to conferences to avoid mileage on personal vehicles, in addition to the fact that employees need special insurance in order to be able to drive their vehicle for work. So it's on occasion, the CIO would approve you can take it home and go from there. So for instance, if you're going somewhere where it doesn't make sense to drive here first, an hour and a half, and then drive out, then that would be an exception, but those aren't the rule. So typically people will drive here. That's why you'll see vehicles parked overnight. It's because people have taken a vehicle and gone to a conference.
Right, okay. And another part of that is, for example, if one of our peace officers was traveling north, do they get to start with that vehicle since they already live maybe an hour and a half north? There's no benefit for them to come here and then go, so that would be considered a special exception?
Yeah, through the reef to all of council. So for instance, I made a special exception for peace officers to take their vehicles home after work because they worked an event until 10 p.m. It didn't make sense for them to drive back to the office, drop off the vehicle, pick up theirs. Next day, they brought the vehicles back in. Peace officers do not start from their home. They come to the office, they pick up their vehicle. Yeah, it's only for special exceptions, say they're going to be late, and why would I want them to get home at 1 a.m, Right. So it's about being flexible, give and take, both with the employee and with the employer.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, we've discussed it. Any more discussion? Any motion? Councillor Hopkins?
So I guess I would approve the motion. Yeah, basically the utilities operators and foremen to take vehicles home, but not. And I know I can't make a negative motion, but if you remove the transportation and the. Yeah, recommend option 3, please. Sure.
Excuse me, was that the one, you were also recommended a utilities, one be taken away or removed?
Yeah, through the reeve to all of council, it's the utility services manager that the truck will be removed, and it is being written here in motion number 3. So you can see in motion number 2, that's the positions that will continue to allow to take vehicles home. Motion 3 is the one where we remove.
Is that it? Okay, with that being said, that's at the discretion of council?
Through the reeve to all of council, yes. So at any time, council can come back and remove vehicles. That is your policy, and you are in this motion approving vehicles, if you approve it, for operators and the foreman of utilities. Should at any time council wish to revisit that, a new motion is all you need to do, and then whatever council meeting, which would remove those vehicles. With the policy as written, council retains the authority for all personal take-home vehicle use. Through that motion, you're allowing 2 positions.
No, like, you gotta remember, we're just happy to see a policy, even though it's
Yeah.
long-winded, but, I mean, this is a start, at least this is a start. We know what the trouble we've been having, so. Everybody okay with that, or everybody understand the motions, or we, Councilor Cunningham?
Sorry, I should ask this earlier. I'm clear on the transportation supervisors, but could you just expand a little bit on the infrastructure superintendent and what the guidelines were for that position in the vehicle, or maybe the necessity out of that?
Yes, through the reeve to all of council. So the infrastructure superintendent will start their job right when they get on the roads, just like everybody else. So an option for us could be to park trucks at different transfer sites so that they can come to work closer and get right on the road. So that may be something we look at as opposed to operational take-home use. But the infrastructure superintendent is on the road. They're inspecting roads, they're looking at the roads, their supervisors have identified for work. So they're doing their tours or checking on projects. But at the end of the day, if that's not a position that, it wouldn't be one that we'll die on, if you will, as an administration. So we can have other options, such like I said, as parking vehicles at other sites, so we can get to them quicker. Nobody likes to waste time, right? We want to get to work right away. So the sooner we can get on the road to inspect the roads, the better our roads are going to be. One other comment was made about logbooks. All of our operators and supervisors do keep logbooks. So our supervisors keep logbooks on what they inspect and what they assign their operators to. And that's our checks and balances for council.
Yeah, if you could.
Okay, I approve that, that council approve the revised county vehicle use policy, including council approval requirements for all take-home vehicle arrangements. And number 2, approve continued take-home vehicle use for the following operational positions: utilities operators, utility foremen. Number 3, direct that take-home vehicle privileges for utilities services manager, transportation supervisors, infrastructure superintendent position be discontinued.
Any more discussion on that? I got one more question. Councilor Woodstock?
I don't know if we were actually looking at the infrastructure being discontinued, just relocated. Is that the direction that we were headed? Leaving from a transfer site?
For myself, at this point, I would suggest discontinued.
Okay.
And reviewed.
It's your motion,
Yeah.
I just verifying.
Yep, through the Reeftold of Council. That's our internal operation, so if we decided to park trucks at a different site, that's internal operations. That's not take-home use, that's just proper operations, proper planning, yeah.
Councillor Olson?
Do we leave ourselves the option for some kind of an emergency for infrastructure, or somebody to use something on a one-off, or is this, what's that?
I would assume, sorry to interrupt that. Assume that would be at your discretion.
Yes,
Okay,
through
yeah,
the
I just want to leave that still an option.
Yes, that is still an option within the policy, and that's just discretional use based on operations, but it's not a permanent use. It's not a taxable benefit at that point.
Any other discussion? Councillor Penner?
Initially, Councillor Hoppins talked about a trial period before we got to the point of the motion. Is that still part of what you wanted to see in this?
I think
Or-
I think what we can do is, a year from now, put it back on our agenda for a review process. I don't think it needs to be in the motion.
Yeah, good call, but as CEO Cochran stated, this is our policy, we can bring it back at any time that we feel, yeah, for sure. Any more discussion on the motion? Everybody understand the motion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, lunch at 11:49. Be back in about an hour and a half, 3 hours.
Delegation at 1.
Good afternoon, welcome. We'll go on to the agenda 3.1, Delegation, Friends of Horseshoe Canyon. Before we get going, we'll have a little introduction. We'll start over here with Councillor Woodstock.
Well, welcome, gentlemen, lady. My name is Jerry Whitstock. I am councillor for Division 3, which happens to be the Acme-Linden area. Welcome.
Merle Anderson, I happen to be in the Division 1 area.
Good afternoon, Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and thank you so much for taking the time to come. I love it when we hear from our people. So thanks for coming.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Richard Hoppins, Division 6 up in the northwest corner.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Good afternoon, Darcy Penner, Division 2.
Good afternoon, Teresa Cochran, interim CAO.
Do I need this thing, or is it a bit too loud?
No,
It's all good? All right. Well, thanks for having me here. My name's Joe Vickers. Behind me is Devin DeKaiser, Beth Ann Cheney, and we're here to talk about our new community stewardship group that we're forming. So thank you for allowing us to be here and introduce ourselves. The reason is to let you know that we are forming something, explain why we're doing it, and really just to open up a dialogue to see how we can listen and learn and work together. So a little bit more about ourselves. Maybe I'll go into more depth about who I am. I from that first slide is my family farm. I'm fourth generation farmer. My great-grandfather bought the farm, and now I'm farming. My dad used to be the boss, and I was the helper. Now that role has reversed. And I felt incredibly lucky to live right next to the Horseshoe Canyon. It was right in the backyard. It was my playground and really helped develop my imagination and my interest in exploration that I've carried with me for all of my life. When I'm not working on the farm, I'm also a singer-songwriter, so I've done a lot of traveling, performing across Canada, in the States and in Europe, and it always feels nice to come home and I just feel grounded right here in Kneehill. More about the group itself. We are volunteer-led. We have a number of community members that are interested in supporting this initiative. We're very much in the infancy stage. We're working on getting our paperwork in line to become a non-for-profit. But really, we're just enthusiastic residents, landowners, and folks who live nearby the Horseshoe Canyon that use it frequently and see this as an opportunity to bring community together. So there's no political affiliation on that behalf. We have the shared interest in seeing the canyon cared for in a meaningful and responsible way. And myself, I see this group as an opportunity to have members of the community come together. Because I remember when I was a kid and we'd have other farm neighbors that would get together and we'd do Christmas recitals or harvest parties, and we're kind of losing that in around our area. So I see this as an opportunity to at least have young families like my own and Devin's and Beth Ann, where we can get together and work together through the shared interest. We're very much value-led, and our vision is to ensure that the canyon is continue to be used and accessed responsibly for present and for future generations. Stewardship is at least number one. Is the number one value for me as a farmer. There is a need to be maintaining land, soil, resources in a meaningful, sustainable way for long-term preservation. And so I feel like not only do I apply that to the farming practice, I see how that can guide us as a group. being respectful to the access and responsible use is right up there, as well as education. I feel like the more that we know and the more we're aware, we can deepen our understanding of place and enrich our experience in a certain area too. Collaboration, we all like to work with a variety of folks, and we believe that whenever you can collaborate with council or other community members, we can come up with dream up some pretty cool ideas. So again, we're not a lobby group, no advocacy driven sort of push behind us, no developmental component, just a number of community members that look at this as an opportunity to just deepen our relationship with the canyon, like I was saying earlier. How we see ourselves being helpful, volunteer stewardship and care, providing education, history on the ecology as well as the paleontology, and again, bringing community together in a constructive way. I know I'm very much inspired by what's happening in Kananaskis. They have a non-for-profit group out there, Friends of Kananaskis, and they've got a number of very cool trail stewardship opportunities and monthly email updates that talk about what's happening, and they do minor events as well. So thank you for taking time and hearing what we're doing and what we're hoping to accomplish. And really, at the end of the day, we want to we don't really have a lot on the go as of yet, but we're wanting to just keep the conversation open and see how we can help, and ask for help too. I guess it's also, important to recognize, we realize that maintaining the Horseshoe Canyon is a very complex initiative, and we respect everything that you folks have done. The county, my family used to own a portion of that canyon, and we've seen it go from private to now being public access. And I know when I talk with my parents, we all really appreciate everything that the county has done, and we look at how they brought in the trail and how it's being used. And I'll be honest, when I was younger, I was a bit cagey because it was like this was my little secret growing up on the edge of the Horseshoe Canyon. But now every spring when I see the parking lot full of people and the families that are walking down that trail when I'm driving down to the farm, it brings me lots of joy because the canyon is attracting people that are engaging in an outdoor activity and doing something positive. And I gotta say, for the most part, the people that are using it are responsible because they're nature enthusiasts. So I just, I'll leave it at that. I really appreciate your time and for listening, and thanks for everything.
Thank you for your presentation. Council got any questions or they'd like to discuss? Councillor Woodstock.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, and Devon and Devon and Beth Ann. I knew I'd get, anyway, regardless, I know you guys are, I know you guys are in your infancy. What would you anticipate to see there in the future? I know that it's a very hard question, but if you have something that you'd like to see, I'm just wondering.
No.
How you'd like to see it develop?
Yeah, good question. Right now, it's just baby steps. The one thing that we talked about that would be our first action is in the springtime, do a community-led trash pickup where we can go out, do a hike in the canyon, surrounding area, bring our families along, make it a fun community activity, and just help maintain the beauty of the region, especially before visitors come. And as far as other grand plans, that's really all it is. Just step one was to actually follow through on this conversation because, you know, we were looking at what Friends of Kananaskis have been doing for a while, and, oh yeah, something like this could exist here at the Horseshoe. And then, you know, finally we decided to go ahead with that. That's step one. Step two was coming here to present ourselves, and step three is just the one engagement that we have planned for the springtime.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I love what you folks are doing. This is how things happen, and nobody does it better than rural Alberta. A group of citizens get together, and that's how things happen. I guess for me, you know, I love what you're saying about the trash pickup, and like, sounds like you guys really want to be stewards of the area. Last term, we spent, I think it was about $110,000 to have some concepts brought to us. And so there's 3 current concepts that are sitting kind of on the docket. I would really like to hear from you folks. Like, one of them was a little bit over 20,000 square foot pavilion. Is that like something that you folks see in the future? That kind of further to what Councillor Woodstock said, is that kind of a vision that you see, or, because that's actually the one that was passed last summer, I believe. So just curious from somebody that's down there, what your vision is for that.
Yeah, good question. We haven't got that far in conversation, so I can't really speak to having a position on it, but that is a question I'd love to bring back to everybody at our next meeting.
And that one for me is really hard, because that's where I was going with that. I actually had a motion on the table, I think it was in June of last year, to ask our ratepayers what they thought the vision would be down there, and unfortunately, that didn't pass. So that's where it's really hard for me to know what our people see as the vision down there, because we did have I think actually, Mr. DeKaiser, if I'm correct, you were on the focus group, I believe? Yes. Thank you. So, yeah, there's some questions for me about what people see. Like, I hear some people say they'd be happy to have, you know, maybe an enhanced bathroom facility. But the one, I think it was called a regional destination, would have been up to $24 million. And so that's, for me, I just really don't have a clear indication of what the people of Kneehill County see for their vision there, whether it's a small facility or this large, massive pavilion. So, yeah.
Great. I feel like that's, if it's all right, this is a great starting point to, at least for us as immediate members of the surrounding area. It's something that we can discuss with our neighbors and other people around to just get the conversation going. And we can, at a later time, schedule another meeting, and we can come back with you with a position.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, folks.
Yep. Have a good day. All right, all right.
Yep.
Yes. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I just would acknowledge the presentation as brought forth by the Friends of the Horseshoe.
Cool. All right, council and committee reports. Let's start with the FCSS. This would be a good one.
Thank you. No, I had just included the minutes from the, thank you, Candace, from the January meeting. So unless anyone has any questions on that, I did mention to the FCSS director that we would really love to see some numbers as to the usage from Kneehill County residents. So I did convey that. And I'm not sure, and Ms. Cochran can maybe help me with this. The grant writer portion, if I'm right, you receive the numbers for that, for usage of whether it's Town of Three Hills, Town of Horseshoe, Kneehill County, is that correct?
Yes, through the Reeve to Council, we do receive a report monthly from the grant writer as to what they've applied for, and I can share that out with Council.
Thank you. Yep, so unless anybody has any questions, that's it for me.
That there would be a good thing to look into. I mean, we do spend an awful lot of money there. Yeah, thanks. The next agenda item, the SB, Councillor Woodstock, the meeting, or pardon me, the convention?
Yes, the Ag Service Board had their conference last week. Councillor Olson, Councillor Anderson, and myself attended. A lot of good information presented there. It was a great conference because there was so much information presented there. AI and Ag was done by Rob Syke. His alter ego would be Steve Stubble-Jumpsky, if you've ever seen him. But he wasn't, he was actually being very serious, and AI has been used in agriculture. Probably the biggest user of AI will be agriculture in the future, according to what he was projecting. We also had Felipe Mazzetti. He's the guy that rode a horse 27,000 miles across from starting in Alaska all the way down to, I think, the southern tip of Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. And so he had an inspirational speech there. We also had some economists and what's happening in the world trade area, Earl Anderson speaking. Well, regardless, things are going to change, but when they're going to change, he doesn't know, which is why he's giving actual speeches and not living on an island someplace. We've also had Alberta Climate and Weather. Trevor Wallace was there, spoke on the trends of weather, and basically said that, yeah, it's going to be hot, or it's going to be dry, or it's going to be windy, or it's going to be cold. Never sure which, but there is no way to forecast it, which we kind of seem to know there anyway. And there was a number of other things that were good trade show, lots of interest in the trade show. It was a good conference all around. The summer tour is going to be hosted by Wheatland County, I do believe July 14th to the 16th. So if you want to participate, keep it in mind, because it's going to be close to home, and they're really excited about showing off Wheatland County. And that's pretty much everything that I've got to report on, but there was quite a bit more there. Go.
Was there any acknowledgement or anything about the canola tariffs? Well, of course, the minister wasn't there, correct?
The ADM was there, and that would have been brought up through making sense of, yeah, that would have been in Earl Anderson's little spiel, because that was to do with making sense of stained economics and world tariffs. So they're looking forward to having trade with China and the price of canola going up, but he's also acknowledged that the price of grains in general has come down, and it's probably going to, it's going to take quite a bit to get the prices back up again. But as far as the cattle industry goes, cattle industry is peaking. Well, I don't know if it's peaking. They consider it to keep going up. Cost of beef will continue to rise. It's because of retention numbers. Currently, they're forecasting possibly 30% increase in retention. The only problem is when it goes to profitability, if somebody buys or intends to bring a heifer, breed it, and bring it into production, if there is economics that show that that heifer is actually going to make a profit, that will actually go into making a profit rather than going into increasing the cattle herds. So unless something kind of maybe shifts, cattle numbers are forecast to remain low, and cattle prices or beef prices to remain high. But you know how experts work that.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
2 questions that I have. kind of federal issues. A couple of ratepayers asked me if Kneehill County was providing any feedback to the federal government on this potential new traceability requirements from the CFIA. And I think maybe it was County of Stettler had put forward a resolution, and if so, could you just maybe talk to that a little bit, just so our ratepayers are kind of aware of what's going on with that?
Yes, there was a resolution that came in through the Resolutions Committee. It was amended to state that they would like to put a hold on it. The amendment said 3 years, and then the amendment was defeated, and the word indefinitely put in there. What they're looking at is, like right now, CFIA is really pushing to have more and more input, but ag service boards feel that we have a very good traceability system in Canada, top of the world, actually. We can actually trace it right back to the herd of origin by just using manifests and branding, but with the tagging system, that just clarifies it even more. So the resolutions basically stated, yeah, let's put this on hold indefinitely and prove that we actually have to have enhanced CFIA participation.
Thanks for that. Just something to pose. I wonder if it would be something maybe Ag Service, if there's like maybe a letter that went out. I mean, I know we're fighting the giant, but I never think it hurts to have our voices heard. So just maybe something I'd maybe ask Ag Service Board to or come from council. Yeah, that's right.
I think it actually should come from council. One of the other questions that, and Jerry, you might know, or Councillor Woodstock would know, what was the reasoning for this from the federal government? We had such a good system, and now it seems like it's just that you cross the fence and now you're into trouble again.
Because they can. I mean, I can't justify why they're doing it. I don't think they can justify why they're doing it, other than the fact that they seem to think they can get away with enhancing. And I don't know if it's actually an enhancement or it's more of a detriment to the actual cattle producers. But some of the stuff that was stated there, like they said that every time a cow moves off its premise, that it would have to be identified. But there were statements made there by people that were part of CFIA that said, no, that's not what we're looking for. So I'm just trying to figure out what it was that they were actually trying to prove and what they were looking for.
That being said, I mean, maybe what we should be doing, and this is just a thought, I got a couple letters sitting on my desk at home from the official opposition leader of Canada. Maybe we should send a letter to him stating that, you know, maybe this would be something that you could maybe ask the ag minister and what the benefits are to us Albertans or us cattle people, not just Alberta. Might be a worthwhile presentation. I think we should start using these people, whether it's him or whether it's even our MLAs. A lot of comments came from our District 2 meeting about even the MLAs got to get involved with us more on this ground level to get with the program, right? Because they seem to be in a closed door session all the time up there, and they're not seeing what's actually happened to the ratepayers.
That, in fact, was one of the recommendations that came from the people wanting to change it, is to go that route. That's the only thing we've got left to go to, is those people.
Well, 40% of the cattle herd is actually centered in, the Canadian cattle herd is actually centered in Canada, so we have the most to lose here. And I don't know if there's anything that either Councillor Anderson or Councillor Olson would like to add that I maybe missed. By all means, if you give them the opportunity, maybe they'll get a different perspective.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, no, I think Councillor Woodstock covered it fairly well. It's just ongoing. We just heard there will be ongoing struggles in this industry, and the whole our theme of the thing was cultivating resilience. So it's basically just, you know, telling people that are in the industry, ag industry, to be resilient and stick with things, and even though things might get bumpy.
One of the things that I've heard, and I've heard this from different reefs throughout our area here, is that one of the concerns is that with the way that oil and gas is going right now, agriculture is still the main scoop around here. So we gotta start looking after this agriculture a little bit better and start fighting against these guys that are actually, to me, this is an attack on a system that was bomb-proof, if you would ask me. And I mean, is it just for bureaucracy, or is it, that's what we need to find out. And that's my thought. I think we should write a letter. Councillor Cunningham?
So I would put forth a motion that council sends a letter to our MP and our MLA to provide some clarity on the new traceability requirements proposed from the CFIA, or however you want to word it. I know somebody that I was talking to said that even with their horse, if they take their horse to the parade, they will have to report that. So sounds very
Well, I'm just a little concerned what happens when Councillor Olson's bees escape.
Thanks, Reeve.
There was two other things that I thought was particularly interesting.
Oh, just a minute.
Sorry, Councillor Anderson, I should have let you go first, but, so my motion would be that council directs administration to draft a letter to our MLA and our MP, maybe to provide clarity on the potential new requirements on traceability from the CFIA. Does that make sense?
My thought would be is. CFIA.
And you could add, would gladly sit down and meet.
He told me he would.
And would be open to a potential meeting with either of these entities.
Potential new requirements, I guess we need the clarity on the reasoning that this is for. Right. Like.
We would welcome a meeting with either of them, both of them, all of them.
Is everybody comfortable with that? You want to read it back, Lorelei? You could, or is everybody good with it?
I can read it. I'll read it. I will make the motion that council directs administration to draft a letter to our MLA and to our MP to provide clarity on the reasoning for the potential new requirements from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and state we would welcome a meeting with them.
Thank you. Everybody clear on that? Any discussion, concerns? All in favor? Carried unanimous. Merle, sorry we cut you off. Did you want to discuss?
I just wanted a couple of other issues that were addressed I found particularly interesting because I am a agricultural person. They are trying to and are within 1 month of a possible reinstatement of strychnine for our areas. It's not done yet, but it's close. The other one was, I found very interesting, was the wild boar thing, what they're doing with the wild boar. Heard about it, never experienced it. They did clarify where the areas of high numbers are, what they're doing. They're pursuing more of a trapping rather than a shooting thing. But it was good information to where, because I never knew where the incidents, I've never seen one, but I know it's a problem.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just one more. The other issue that's come up to me a few times, and I think this would have happened after your convention, but a lot of folks are really concerned about the discontinuation of the Lacombe Research Station. I think it's been in operation since it was announced after, yeah, since 1907. So maybe nothing we want to, address right now, but maybe see where it goes in another couple of weeks or.
I think we should keep an eye on that one, because actually there was something like an unbelievable amount of federal employees that are gonna be let go, like throughout Canada. It's just not here. But it always seems that when the feds do something, it always seems to affect us farmers. That's the problem. That's what really bothers me the most. So I think we gotta really keep our eye on the ball here, and we gotta do whatever we can. I know it's like fighting or beating a dead horse with a stick, but you gotta keep trying. Thanks for that. Any other comments, concerns? Any other thing that's going on that we need to know? All right. I'm looking for you know what. Councilor Cunningham.
I'll move that council receive for information the council, nope, that's not right. You're tricking me. So I'll move that we receive for information the council and committee report as presented. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you. We're looking for number 13. You want any discussion? Go ahead. Anybody, any concerns on the follow-up? Everybody's looked at that? We can look at that, oh, pardon me. One of the things that I noticed that I'd like to see changed is on our, we can talk about it too, next council meeting, is the actual report to council. Did everybody have a look at that one? Okay. That's there's stuff in there that we should talk about if you want to add to the agenda for next time. The council follow-up, as far as what I looked at, I'm okay with it right now. Councilor Cunningham?
Okay, and it might be in here, but my eyes are starting to go funny, but we had made that motion, I think, a couple of meetings ago about sending the letter to the Minister of Affordability and Utilities. Has that been done? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any concerns, questions? All right. Motion? Councilor Hoppins?
I move the council receive the information from the council follow-up action list as presented.
Thank you. We okay there? Do we need, is it a motion?
No,
It's not, is it? No.
accept.
Yeah, so we don't need a motion, no. Adjournment? Councillor Olson?
I make the motion that the meeting be adjourned at 1:33 p.m.
Good. Yeah. That's what we have to clarify.